Good evening. Yes, great. This works. I remember a panic moment. That's ever you before getting a very stream. Hi, Orange. Welcome to the monkey. Hi, Star. Hi, Varog. Hi, Delson. Welcome to T101. I'm sorry I kept you waiting for like an hour. I was busy exercising my filial duty as a daughter. And it took way longer than I thought it would. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Fennel Sprout. Let's see who else was there. Hi, Azure. Good evening. Hi, Clay. Welcome. Your odd duties elsewhere, ending in a few seconds. Mods have duties. No, Mom, you haven't No, absolutely. No. My mother... No, it was more of a... I have to mail them things. I have to mail them clothes. So I had to go pick out clothes for them to mail out. And there were 3 closets I had to search. Three closets I had to search through for all these clothes. Plus shoes and socks and stuff like that. So like breaking out the video camera because initially like, can I do this all via Word? No, I can't because I want the blue dress. It's a navy blue. Mother, do you know how many navy blue dresses you have? She does not. Look for the blue shirt. Look for the blue tie. I grab out a blue tie for my father. Blue tie with boats. No, that's navy. It's blue. It's blue. I don't know what to tell you, Mother. grab a tie with boats on it. There's at least 4 of them I can see. Blue. Okay, you took 1 tie out. Pick your poison. So much blue. I did find most of the stuff, but not all the stuff, because like there's a shirt that was missing. Like, oh, you know, your father wore it for this event. I don't know what I don't pay attention to what my father wears to events. What do people look at what men are wearing? Unless they're really outlandish, like it's a blue plaid. I don't know. Short sleeves? Oh. The event fit. How many pairs of light socks do you own that aren't white? As a guy. As a man. Find a light pair of socks. Okay, what texture do you want them? What do you mean texture? They all have texture. I don't know what you're looking for. I don't know what you're looking for. These aren't even... Oh, can I just speak to my father? I should have just been like, can I speak to Dad? What does Dad want to wear for this event? Instead of... Oh. Your father... My mother probably picked it out for him to wear, knowing everything, considering she was she was the one picking out what he was going to wear for this event. Black and white socks, only 1 wool blue one. A single blue wool sock. A single... What happened to the other one? What happened to the other one? Men don't commit clothes to memories. No, well, I mean, maybe not. The thing is that it's also kind of like, well, he's got approximately 1 fit that I kind of remember him wearing, and it's basically, what do you wear? This is... The yacht club fit. That's just what it is. Like, yeah, you wear the same thing to like basically all the men wear basically the same thing to the yacht club. There's like 2 yacht club outfits. There's the like casual yacht club outfit, and then the more dressed up yacht club outfit. Do you have short sleeves and like khakis on? And flip-flops or sandals or whatever? Or are you wearing dress shoes and like light pants and like a blazer and a dress shirt underneath? I don't, the white dress shirt, I don't know. That's the memory of my father. Sperry's? What are Sperry's? Donald Duck? No, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. Boat shoes. Shit. I was gonna say, like, you wear different shoes on the boat. Yeah, you wear light-soled sneakers or whatever. Light-soled shoes. But I don't know if they wear that for the actual, like, in the yacht club stuff. Because I don't, I'm sorry, I don't look at men's shoes. I don't look at men's shoes. Aside from that. Pair. A pair of Sailor Supaku. No. No. Hey Arnold themed socks, 2 pairs of Mountain Dew themed socks and V Energy themed socks. I didn't see any fancy socks like that in my dad's drawer. And that must be a young person's game. Those kinds of fancy socks. I don't think I have any, like, branded socks like that. But I do have, like, fuzzy cat print socks. Like, if you've ever seen Callie Calico, she wears some socks that have, like, the paw prints on the bottom, sort of, like that pattern. And they're a little stripy and orange and yellow. Orange and white. I have some socks kind of like that. Rainbow toes? No. I don't have any. I don't think I have any rainbow socks. I used to have some more garish socks, but not like super garish. But I don't think I have them anymore because it's not really kind of age out of stuff, you know? It's a little, I'm a little old to be wearing like stripy socks. Even though they weren't like super, they were like gray and lighter gray stripy socks, but still. Tube socks? I don't have any tube socks. I don't think I've ever had any tube socks because those are ones that have like no heel to them. All the ones I've had a heel. Programmer socks are 2020. I've never, wait, programmer. I know what programmer socks kind of look like, but it's just kind of a programmer socks. I just want to make sure. Junior, senior, team lead. I've never had programmer socks. Because those are the ones with the stripes on the top. I didn't go for those. Oh shit, never mind. Programming socks. Gray and gray. That's the only pair I've had of programming socks. And I had them way before 2020. I probably got rid of them in 2020, honestly. Your monochrome life. Application of color. You don't need a whole lot of it. Only wants to see the men's feet once the shoes come off. Silver Fox owns a fleet of watercraft. If you ask, he'll invite you into his fire yacht to bring friends. No? No. There's just one. Actually, I don't know if he has a boat anymore now I think about it. He may have traded it for a land boat. By that I mean an RV. I don't really keep track of all the different like things going on right now for that. There may or may not be a boat. But no. They have their own thing. Like they go sailing, when they sail they will go with other people who have boats. So there's just like a fleet of boats that go out and party on like the islands or whatever. A very garish tie. So do actually I don't know if I have any really garish ties. I only have a couple. I haven't worn them in a very long time. It's, you know, it takes a very specific type of move to wear a tie. I like having one piece that has texture to it and everything else not really having that much texture to it. Or like a texture slash like multicolor. Christmas bath sweater kind of deal. Inner fancy first layer inner wear. What does that mean? What does that mean? Like, maybe it's because I don't live in a place where people usually wear a whole lot of layers. Okay, that's not the right phrasing, I suppose. Some people can do loud rainbow socks all the time. I don't really know if I'm that kind of person. Stripy socks are good for the Wicked Witch of the West and the Wicked Witch of the East. Just get stockings and run them. Own striped socks. No, you keep the stockings intact. You know how much you pay for those things? No, you keep them intact. Also, I could just get... It's like socks and stockings are not the same. That was a big thing. Doing like cosplay, I think. I don't know. I didn't do a whole lot of cosplay. However, there's a difference between sock material and like tights material when it, or like stocking material when it comes to like portraying the anime girl leggings and stuff like that, I think. They should be socks. They're not wearing stockings in a lot of cases. In a lot of cases. 3-inch layers. Ah! It's cold here outside, but I'm staying indoors for the most part, so I don't need layers. Yeah, so, well, stockings, okay. Let me grab out. Like stockings are a very thin material generally, and they're a little translucent, depending. You can get like thicker stockings, but they're honestly not necessarily like super popular in America, I think. And there's also like different styles of tops too. And socks are like a yarn knitted material, like more holy, if that makes sense, like the texture. It's like you don't wear okay if you're going to a wedding, let's say, and you need something underneath your dress, you're not putting socks underneath, you're putting stockings underneath. If you're going to be going out and I'm trying to think of something like socks. You want something underneath your sneakers, but you're wearing a dress. That's when you go into socks. They could be really long socks, but stockings are not really it. Stocking up on them. Ho ho ho. Stocking up on way too many stockings. And then there's the kind of what is a stocking versus what is a tights? I think that is kind of a different areas, consider them different things, because like to me stockings would be individual, like one leg at a time, one leg piece, and tights would be like the entire like leggings basically. But yeah. I think I've heard it other ways too, like it could just be interchangeable. Pantyhose was I think one of them, where they didn't really consider the difference between like the word pantyhose versus like tights or stockings. But that may be again like a regional / translation issue. You should get stockings. Oh, What for? Vanny's stocking garter book, curse knowledge. All Flyaways Now lyrics came from a sample CD. What? So it's just like sample bits? You gotta do okay, for women! For women! For women! I'm sorry! Depending on what you know, the time of year and everything. Underneath your dress. Because you're not, like, shoes that women wear, like, if you're showing socks and dress shoes usually are not a great combination. For like women's dress shoes. I don't know how, like heels and stuff, and is it okay to gift stockings? If you're Santa? If you're Santa? Does the underwear go over or under? Under? Under. Yeah! Okay, Santa's the only one who can get away with gifting underwear. That isn't like someone who's really close to you. I know in art it's really popular for like stockings to have the garter belt and stuff under the underwear, but the underwear should go over. And for practical reasons, it's better for it to be over. You'll understand if you ever see it. Santa has the pass. Yeah! Just thinking now, I have to stop thinking about Itsudate Mai Santa when it comes to like anime Santa and think more about the Sanda Santa. But maybe I'm also very old-fashioned when it comes to a lot of this stuff. You can also do multiple layers of things, actually. But that takes some effort. That takes some coordination. Thank you for a hug. Oh, welcome, Honk. Old-fashioned's retro and in. Welcome, welcome. What were you up to? Doing art? I hope you have fun. Santa says hi. Hi, SW. Santa has all of our measurements. That is true. Sorry everyone who just joined. We were talking about clothes and Santa. She was oh, fishy lady green. I will have to check that out later. I'll have to check that out. For those who don't know me, I'm the Evening Primrose. I'm a garden elf. I like playing board games and tabletop games and also retro games. And today we're going to be playing a game called Analogue, a hate story. There may or may not be future past space age gap Yuri coming up later in the stream. I'm not a garden gnome, no. Absolutely not. Our garden gnome's nearly 5'4". Okay. Think of it like, so there are wood elves, right? There are wood elves. Big, scary. Okay, scarier than me. They're like jaguars. And garden elves are more like house cats. My shins are my shins have boots. Pretty thick boots. My shins are perfectly guarded. My shins are perfectly guarded. Or other than roar. Yeah, can't really roar. My shins lack vigor. What do you mean? These are pretty good fighting boots. These boots are made for walking. These boots are made for kicking things. Poise boots. Poise boots? Tie them together. Okay, fine. I guess, yeah, you could get away with that. You could get away with that, Foozle. You're already at that distance. You're already at that height. I could tuck him in. I could tuck him in. Hit point boost. Okay. I do actually have the game up. Let's see. Don't tuck him in. Your enrichment activity. You're gonna get kicked, you know that. One of these days. You're just the right height. Just the right weight. Like a soccer ball. Velcro? No Velcro. Well, now I'm thinking about it, actually. Hold on. If they're doll clothes, Velcro is acceptable. Just then. Just then. Adult clothes, I don't know about that. Buckles and clasps and buttons. Do you like toggles? I guess that is a clasp? No, I guess not. Like loops and toggles. Every viewer is a soccer ball. ISW. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. A toggle, a clasp? No, I don't think so. A clasp is more like two metal things that fit together. And a toggle is more like a string with something big on it and then a loop. I think. Oh yeah. Ooh. There's so many different types of clasps. No, clasps, not claps. How do you get out of full screen? Okay. How mad is it going to be if I do this? How mad is Chrome gonna be? Okay, here's it. No, I do not care about 30% off. Where? Where's the browser? Let's undo this. So I guess a toggle is considered a type of clasp? Huh. Magnetic clasp? Does that really count? Maybe this is just because this is all jewelry? Bayonet clasps? Not sure I understand how that works. Nerd. Yeah? Ants? Ants? Toggle clasps are a pain in the neck. I'm not used to seeing a toggle like that. I want to make sure I do a correct Google search before I start clothing toggle. Like, if you guys know Era Woolcraft, her coat is toggles. So that's what I think of usually when I think of toggles. Not necessarily metallic. Let's copy the image address and put it over here. Like this. A loop in a thing that gets caught in the loop. The Minecraft streamer. Is she doing a lot of Minecraft now? Prefer the human clasp. I don't really like handshakes. I still remember asking a mentor once about, like, I'm left-handed. What hand should I stick out for a handshake? And he's like, no one cares about that. Just use your right hands, like everyone else. Or I could put someone really on the back end by giving them left hand shake, but I don't think that. Just avoid it. Just avoid it. Don't touch other people. Just avoid touching people. Best option. You like the clasps? They're easier to make than a buttonhole. They're way easier to make than a buttonhole if you're a sewer, I think. Okay. You would shake my left hand, thanks. Now I think about it. Maybe I do prefer left hands for that. Maybe I've just been conditioned to prefer left hands. Ugh. Okay. Let's see. We'll start the game. There's a lot of commentary to be had. This may take a minute to work through. Oh, wait. It remembered. Who knows? Nope! I swapped and swapped back. Where's the game? Did the game crash? I think it crashed. It crashed. Come on. Throw in the end phrase. Just sew it back on. You know how to sew a button back on, right? Okay. Waiting for it to come back. Like, it's on my end. I can see it, but you can't see it. And that usually was just a case of, aha! I have to adjust one or two things because it reverted and it thinks that my screen is 1024 by 640. For some reason. My screen is not this small. Okay. Now you can't see it. Lovely. Now you can. Now you can't. Don't crash. Oh my god. It was fine for the entire opening section playing in the background, but once I started actually trying to swap to the screen. Any log files you can, especially that. Can we explain what happened to the ship? Okay. Okay, back. Full screen. Full screen. Load. And you can't see it again. For some reason, you can't see it. I'm going to close this. Maybe it might be a little happier. If I swap to this, swap to this. Okay, we're back. And it dies. Well, is your vacuum electric? Is it not plugged in all the time? Happy? I wrote this down. I wrote down how to pronounce it. I don't know where I put it. I have so many post-its lying around. I have my coffee count. I have my... my dead goblin. Wait, I found it, I found it, I found it! Magunkwa? My post-it notes, my post-it notes. I have like a dozen post-it notes all over the place. I have a coffee count. So it was kind of, how much coffee do you drink, Prim? I don't know, I don't keep track, really? 8 cups? I don't know. So I decided to start actually counting when I drink coffee. It gets kind of rough because I don't always remember to count. Like, do I mark it when I start the pot, or do I when I actually pour it? So, like, anywhere between 3 and 5 cups of coffee? Mm. My dead goblin? Yeah, it's that goblin. If you can eliminate the need to repair such a small item, you would. I think the thing is also it may not necessarily be as tight, like the toggles. Might leave a bit of a gap. It's that goblin. Yeah, it's a goblin thing. I can't bring it up without sacrificing the game, but I showed it on a previous stream. I have a little post-it note that's got a dead goblin on it. It's a Morkborg goblin. I have a big chunky vacuum that my mother gave me. I asked for it for Christmas. Very worthwhile. I've had small electronic ones, but you know, having like 16 cats, you really need a lot more power behind it than the little ones can provide. 8 cups. I don't drink 8 cups usually. It's just, you know, you know, keep it flowing. If I had drip coffee, if I just had a pot of coffee, I'd probably toad too. That would be, I don't know how many cups. It's just coffee. It's nothing extra. It's just coffee. Those leaves smell and attract flies. Yeah, it's a drawing. Okay. We have a ton of things from Mute. Morning dress. I have to kind of remember who is who, actually, a bit more. I'm doing this, but I should really look here. I don't think that the person here is going to be involved. Because they're not Kim. And they're not a Smith, I don't think. Last time, we met Hyun-ae and Mute, the AI. And now we are locked into Mute's route because we can't access Hyun-ae anymore. And I've forgotten how to pronounce everything. I'm gonna double check. There's no pronunciation notes. They're not lying, necessarily. Okay, yeah, she did lie a little bit. It's okay, though. I forgive her. It was yes, it was in fact Desperate Housewives. Desperate lesbian housewives. Bi? Maybe. Bi for one, lesbian for the other. Maybe. Hard to tell. A courtesan and a lonely old housewife. Age gap. The old housewife at 26. And the young courtesan at 16. And we got kind of sidetracked by a lot of that. But that's not the plot here. The plot really is, why did this spaceship devolve into ancient Korean drama? And then what happens to make the Pale Bride kill everyone on the ship and then herself? Hyun-ae? Let's see. I have to write it down. I have to write it down. New post-it note. I'll grab a pink one. I have a ton of those. Let's Let's see. Hyun, Ru, Hyun. A. Okay. I don't think it's a Wally. Well, it's kind of a Wally spaceship, I guess, in the sense that it's multiple generations in a ship. Ru, Hyun A. Okay, I got Hyun A. Okay. Ryu Jaewa. I don't know who this is. Normally, my conversations with mutes are of a rather frivolous nature. Gossiping the affairs of some of the more important noble houses, as well as her trying to bait whatever she is able to get out of me. While I think such a flow of information is valuable, so I might pass news to my husband that he might not otherwise hear, I would not consider her attitude to have any resemblance to seriousness. Previously, I'd assumed that this was simply impossible due to her nature. While I do not really understand how, despite her explanations, M could live inside a computer screen, she said that she is an artificial person. I'd assumed that, perhaps, her absence of a soul prevented her from feeling serious emotions. Ordinarily, she wears incredibly bold, colorful clothing, her golden hair absurdly well adorned. For the past month, however, she has been uncharacteristically humble, wearing an unappealing brown dress with her hair undecorated. My curiosity got the better of me at last. Please, I have wondered. Why are you so tired? It is unlike you, I asked. She gave me an odd look. Huh? She asked. It's morning dress. That much was obvious, and not particularly the thrust of my question. Did you not tell me that you were thousands of years old, and that you have no family? For what reason are you wearing mourning? She gave me an annoyed look. Friend of mine died, okay? No, I don't have family. It's always been just me. But this guy was a really good friend, and he definitely deserves that kind of respect, she said. We were super close. Do you wish to tell me about him? I asked. She gave me another look that I couldn't quite read, but seemed somehow sad. Nah, she said. I don't want to talk about it now. I miss him too much. Hey, I'm going to go now, okay? I'll talk to you later. I said goodbye to her, and she disappeared from the computer screen. But as she did, I could have sworn that I saw her start to cry. The level design of Donkey Kong Country was made on Post-its. Yeah, I totally understand that, Clay. It's so much easier. The other thing would be to, another option, and I have done this, but I haven't actually used it. In-person D&D. Shifting room dungeon. Instead of doing it on graph paper and having to redraw it, just literally cut out blocks of graph paper in different sizes. So the hall you can move the hall. The hall is always going to be like a 2x4 or whatever, but you want it to change angles or something. Just move it. Just move that block. Every room is an individual block. Yeah. I've never heard of Welcome to Mimic Town. Is that a specific thing? But yeah, it makes a lot of sense if there's a lot going on to use movable stuff. That's why I like using OneNote for taking notes as opposed to writing things down, unless it's on things like Post-it notes where you can move stuff. I don't like the permanency. Well, yeah. She probably did see me cry. I had a really hard time talking about it then, especially not to my mistress. I really didn't mean to be so vulnerable in front of her. That just isn't proper. Kind of embarrassing, really. I'm sure you already guessed, but yeah, the man in question was Smith Sangjun. Strictly speaking, there was no real mourning obligation. It's not like I was really family. Still, the man was the closest thing to a husband to me. I mean, don't take this the wrong way. It's hardly scandalous. I'm not a real woman. I'm just a computer. We had a really close relationship. So yeah, I thought it'd be appropriate if I honored him like he was. He never married, so it's not like anyone else would. I just figured the man deserved that much. He totally deserved at least that much. She said it was Smith Sungjin. Oof, actually, hold on. I'm gonna check the notes for that. Smith Sungjin. The youngest brother. The youngest brother. The youngest brother who was a terrible person. That was like one of the very first things that we unlocked. Okay. Pack of idiots. Okay, I should be looking in here. Okay, it's the drunk. Oop. Died at 30, right? Assassinated? Did he get assassinated? Some scenarios, your friends to each other replace and more mimics of the occasional. Oh. I've been put through one or two of those. There's so many options here. It's kind of like, which? New Bruce? There's a lot going on, and we have a bunch of new information. Which floor tile? Oof, 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 oof. No. 10-foot pole, 10-foot pole. Send. You can't even, like, send the halfling first. That's why you hire people. Okay. Okay. Is this the... Is this the prince? Is this the Empress? Hu Jiehua. I think it might be. Yes, it is. Because we read this one too. The marital admonitions. Okay. We have heard this part. We'll show her this. Yeah, like I said, I suggested she just wrote them in straight prose. As to the reason why she didn't get anything from her own mother-in-law, well, it's pretty complicated. There were kind of some issues in the family there. You'll see what I mean if you read on. To the woman who will marry my husband. As you are no doubt aware, the Ryu family has an extremely long and proud history. Every man to hold the title captain and emperor has always been of our house, and you are here to make sure that that continues for another generation. The name goes all the way back to the ancient times. Mythology speaks of a Captain Ryu who had control of even the ship's movement through the stars themselves. Such things remain far removed from everyday life, but it is important to understand the significance of the house, and of the title that your first son will eventually come to inherit. Cat color theme? Cat color theme? Cat color theme? Get sneezing powder to set. That's actually quite smart. I actually got to play I've got to play Morkborg again. It's such a weird system. It's not a weird system, I guess, just the way that things are written. It's kind of a, did you playtest this? Did you actually really playtest this? How many you have a system for leveling up, but I am just going to run through bodies before anything happens. If it's rules as written, this is not playable in a way. Without a lot of back and, like, things are working as each other so hard. It's kind of crazy. It's a very pretty game, though. Needs headdress. I want to say that's just of the times, honestly. It feels very of the times. It reminds me of Hikaru no Go. Coffee table RPG. Tree bark viewing. Throw more meat into the grinder. That's how you end up with goblins, though, Clay. You can't just... You can't have the grinder running. Morkboard. Or cult. Hikaru no Go? The hairstyle of Mute? Yellow and black. The yellow bangs and stuff like that, and the black everything else. That's what. The main character of Hikaru no Go. Yeah. The main character. Maybe I shouldn't say the main character because there's the ghost guy. The hot ghost guy. But, you know, the living boy is supposed to be the main character, right? Don't mind the deaths. We ended up, like, rolling back a little bit, like, oh. There's a lot of points where it was, if you interact with this, you are going to die. And then other cases where, like, if you don't interact with this, there's no way for you to know if touching something is going to insta-kill you or not in that place. If what the internet is right about female goblins, why would you not? What does the internet say about female goblins? Pray tell. Modern ones shower every month. Morkborg goblins. You say they're not fuckable. I'm just thinking, like, I think there was a dick. But give me a second. I can't swap my screen, but I can look in the physical book. Easy. Yeah, there's a dick. Not that I guess you don't need that. However, you don't need that. But yeah, you could. Very cool. You're welcome. You're totally welcome. Be glad I didn't include it in the little drawing I did. Well, I mean, he's Peter Griffining, so you can't see. Yeah, the thing is, though, Deacon, the teeth are kind of sharp on it. The teeth are extremely sharp. She was commenting for the show and tell. I have to return to show and tell. I think bringing Morkborg for the show and tell in itself would get me not allowed to be brought back. Sharp teeth only stop most. Most. I see you are not, what's the word? Perturbed by it. Noted. Noted. Not scared of sharp teeth. No, I'm not gonna write that one down. To the woman who will marry my husband. It is an obvious matter that I do have the same family name as my husband's. The official story, if you have not already heard it, is that we are cousins, making our marriage improper and less than ideal, but somewhat acceptable given the circumstances. At the time, there were no noble daughters who had not already been promised or given away in marriage, and obviously a girl of any lesser upbringing could not possibly be suitable as a queen. Hence, cousins would simply have to do. Strictly speaking, this is all true. The part about there not being any noble daughters available is not a misrepresentation. And as far as any official genealogy is concerned, the Emperor is the son of my father's brother. The part which you may not speak of openly is that he is the old Emperor's son only by adoption. As far as blood goes, my husband is also my brother. As children, we never lived together, and would, of course, have been strictly improper to have spent any time together at that age. I would never say anything such as that my husband actually arranged for there to be no noble daughters to marry, out of his desire to marry me. That would, of course, be rather bold. That would be a rather bold move to accuse an emperor of such. But you may wish to consider what the implications might be if such a thing truly did happen. I leave it to you to decide whether or not such a thing is plausible. All I will say is that, despite our marriage being one of necessity, my husband has always been very fond of me. We're adding incest to the pile. Okay. To the woman who would marry my husband. As for responsibilities, your burden will be quite light. You will, of course, be expected to be the model of feminine virtue, but truthfully, I do not expect you will have very much trouble with this. So long as you keep your head down, avoid scandal, and keep quiet, that will be more than suffice. As far as the day-to-day is concerned, you have nothing to concern yourself with, as this is the royal family you are marrying into. As queen, I run the management of the house's affairs and will not require any assistance from you in that regard. As part of a royal concubine's demonstration of modesty, you will have to share my own personal servant and will not have one of your own. While you will not have to be responsible for all housework, be modest, and do not remain idle at her expense. You are expected to be as unseen as the servants, and to be voiceful only in the most moderation. Do not speak harshly to your servant, and be appreciative of what she does, and not incompassionate. Your one sole responsibility will be spending as much time with the Emperor as it takes to produce a son. After you give birth, you will not need to worry about raising him. I will be there to make sure that it is all arranged for. Simply make our husband happy, keep out of sight, and give him a son, and you will have no more to worry yourself with. What a wonderful life! Rokea might hunt their human kinfolk, but that means there's human. That still means there's human kinfolk. I don't remember what the Rokea are. Are they the lizard folk? I feel like they might be the lizard folk. I could be wrong. I'm probably very wrong. Were sharks? Oh. Oh. I tried it out, carved it into a small flute. I didn't think you would take playing the skin flute literally. I feel like that might be a little crumbly. Got Yuri before incest. That is just because this is the order I did it in. Yuri wasn't the royals. They are a noble family, though. They're a noble family. Why would they care about anyone who's not noble? Aside from Miss Big Tits, who's not noble, but you know, she's got other qualities. It's easier than piano. Yeah, I don't think you can make a piano out of a skin flute. Just pump out a kid. And everything will be fine. You don't have to worry about anything else after you're dead. Pump out a kid, be quiet, be happy. To the woman who will marry my husband. The virtues which you are expected to demonstrate are simply those expected of any woman, and given your noble upbringing, I will not condescend to treat you as if you do not already know them quite well. You are expected to be quiet and obedient, to me as well as obviously to your husband. Perchance you are scolded. Trust my judgment as your elder. I will never act out of anger or spite. If scolded by your husband, always respond with a smile, for your relationship with him must always be warm, and he is a wise man. I do not, however, anticipate such things will be problems. He told me of the interview in which he spoke to you, and had nothing to report at all on your manners of speech, so I trust it was entirely proper and polite. In light of that, I will say nothing further of the matter. Love is dead. In the royal family. Yeah. As far as ritual obligations go, you have none, save for following in my lead. Both your mother and father-in-law are long dead, so you have no further obligations to them. I had trouble adjusting at first, but I anticipate nothing you could be surprised by. Okay, I see. She's talking about, like, the Emperor's parents. No wonder we're not really getting, like, a family tree here. And also this explains why she didn't get any, like, letters from her own mother-in-law. Or from her own mother, I guess. It gets kind of mother-in-law. Because, one, it's her brother, and two, everything else. This is so fucked up. To the woman who would marry my husband. I will not tell you to avoid court politics entirely, so long as you do not cause trouble, but I will suggest that you simply watch from a distance. The temptation may exist to meddle, especially if you ever talk to the artificial girl Mute, who lives inside her computer. She is a gossip and a friend of the Smith noble family, and is responsible for revealing much of what they try to keep hidden. She may seem fickle, but she does belong to the House of Ryu first and foremost, and is quite loyal. Nevertheless, meddling is not in your best interests. Do not play politics. Not only for our sake, or for the sake of being a virtuous wife, but for the sake of your own family as well. They will receive favor not through any scheming on your part, but through our husband's will. Entertain yourself with gossip if you wish, so long as you keep quiet about it, but stay out of politics. In the end, you will manage to go much farther if you rely only on rewards for being a good wife. Trickle down. Trickle down. This is just be a good wife and you will get good things. That's not really how it works. On like any level. Trauma? I mean, obviously the Pale Bride has a lot of trauma. Lethal zero-sum games. She just had to be better than the rest. I don't necessarily know if no politics is the answer in this case, but just be a good wife and good things will come to you is not really good advice either. To the woman who will marry my husband. But please, do not think all of this is meant to say, you will be unloved. You may be a second wife. Okay, wait, no, we already read this one, I think. Okay. This is the admin password one. My fear... Okay. No, the Pale Bride's marriage. My fear of the Pale Bride, it seems, was unfounded. In my letters to her that I wrote that I was not jealous. A lie, of course. As queen, it is true I have authority over any of my husband's other wives. But that authority does certainly not extend to his affections. Especially since she is a beautiful woman of only 15 years, and I am a withered old lady 20 years her senior. I would be a fool to not be jealous. Withered old lady at 35. Ran through. Obviously no good. Straight into the trash. Secondhand wives? Do you want a secondhand wife? Lightly used. No children. Convert it to fuel for the ship? Are you okay with your former husband being your brother? Life ends at 24. Not a MILF, but you'll sell. You just have to make her into a MILF. It's okay, I guess. Considering, like, is it really her problem that she doesn't have kids? Okay. And yet, I am not. Until she officially married my husband, I'd only seen her briefly. At the formal interview. Aside from her beauty, she had made hardly any impression. But now she is living in my house, and I have seen more of her while she is not busy attending to the Emperor. And I realize now I have no cause for jealousy that is any fault of hers. She hasn't spoken a single word to me, and only looks at me from a distance. At first, I mistook this for arrogance, as she thought me unworthy of approaching. As though she thought me unworthy of approaching. I realized soon that this is not so. I see no smugness in her eyes, nor do I see happiness, nor sadness, nor anything else. She's afraid of me. Not the sort of fear that would show in her eyes. The sort of fear that would paralyze or leave her on edge. It is hardly noticeable at all, yet I can tell. Her fear is that of resignation. The sort of fear where one simply waits for what one believes inevitable, whatever it is she thinks that I will do to her. She is not afraid that I will be jealous. She knows it, and is simply waiting for the consequences. I cannot be jealous of a woman like that. I feel for her. I want her to feel welcome. I want to give her the hope she has clearly lost back. It is not out of jealousy that I say I earnestly want her to understand how lucky she is. When I last saw her, I took her aside and said, "Please, you do not have to fear me. If you ever wish to talk to me, please, do find me." She said nothing, but she did smile a little. I have seen her smile before, but only in a hollow way, where the mouth moves but no emotion stirs in the eyes. This was not that kind. I can hardly say what the twinkle in her eyes meant, but at least I don't think it was resignation. I do hope she talks to me soon, for her own sake. At least she's on a Christmas cake. Yeah, snap up if it's 16 before they can become a Christmas cake. Something might be genetically wrong. Yeah, maybe. After all the, you know... Yeah. It has to be a noble or nothing at all. Oh wait, we just blazed through a bunch of stuff and we didn't check to see about anything new. Okay. Okay. Well, if that sounds kind of like a simple... Well, if that sounds like a kind of simplistic explanation, you have to understand, it's not really like anyone had the frame of reference to really get space travel. Even I only sort of barely understand it, and I'm the ship computer. Imagine what it must be like for some barely educated woman in a society that doesn't really understand its technology, having only ever lived inside the ship. So her description of the captain and the Emperor's role is... Well, it's a little mythologicizing, okay, but it's pretty much accurate, right? The ship's computer doesn't understand how the ship works. Look, she's based on a woman, so it's obvious why she wouldn't understand, right? Yeah, that's, okay, what's she suggesting? That's gross and wrong and definitely, well, I don't think a bold move even begins to cover what she's saying. I feel bad saying this. I liked her. We were close. She was a good woman. But my real master was the Emperor, and it would be a disservice to give her a pass on this. She was way over the line here. It's not her fault that she was forced to marry her goddamn brother. I think it's damned irresponsible of her to have even considered telling the Pale Bride that. Why would she even need to know? It's her husband's new lover. It's the second wife. Of course she probably needs to know that sort of shit. Anyway, I don't even buy the implication. I don't think it's even true. I don't know if you've noticed, but the Magunkwa's birth rates are, well, it's not good. They've been bad for generations, but they were just getting worse and worse. Among noble families, they weren't even at replacement rate anymore. I have no idea why. Nobody ever really wanted to acknowledge it. So what I'm saying is, even ignoring the fact that he wanted, and her suggestion is just wrong, I don't think the Emperor would have to contrive it so that there weren't any noble daughters of proper age. Oops, I accidentally scrolled back. The simple fact of the matter is, and that sort of incest ended up being necessary. And apparently didn't help, so even since she couldn't even deliver a son anyway. They noticed. Getting clips about what? Clips about what? Of course, the woman computer doesn't understand. We only tell the male computers how the ship runs, of course. Of course. Completely understandable. Alabama's birth rate is normal. Is it? I don't look at the birth rates across the United States or anything like that. No awful and inappropriate theories are necessary. Well, I guess I'll grant the Pale Bride one thing. You never had to worry about her speaking out of turn. Really, at the time, she seemed like the perfectly virtuous wife, right up until she snapped at the end. I know, how do you even reconcile that, right? How can someone seem so close to being the pinnacle of feminine virtue, then turn out to be so completely messed up? Oh, it's so easy to mute. I still don't get it, not even slightly. Why they sent the ship? Because intergenerational space travel? Why the ship? I can understand. So like, why do the pilgrims? Why pilgrims? That sort of thing. You get enough people, like an entire, I don't want to say a cult necessarily, but like an entire group who has the same concept and they want to go out and make their own fortune, basically, and willing to leave everything behind. Yeah. Yeah. Space Mormons Korean. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Pern has the same kind of question going on too. Emma Caffrey's Pern series. But I mean, not question, but like the beginning people are doing a similar thing. It was a colony ship. It may take a long time, but it's gonna be worth it for future generations, right? Earth's too fucked up. Let's leave. Let's start again. Thank you for the water. She's right when she instructed the Pale Bride, but man, I don't really agree with her assertion there. I wasn't a gossip. Look, yeah, I'm a social creature, of course. That's my job. I'm glad that my mistress valued me, but I don't really like the way she's characterizing me as just being some chattery, gossiping woman. I was always way better than that. I wish she'd have realized it. A couple places. Oh! So another ship beat them there? Oof. That's fair. That's really funny. That's pretty funny. I've read a couple of like space colonizing sci-fi novels, but I don't think they had necessarily, well, one of them had, like, it turned out that there had been previously another race on there, but they were like long dead. Long dead. So it's not quite the same thing. No hookers. No hookers for the Dutch. Well, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that letting my mistress tell that crazy bitch the admin password is surely the greatest mistake any man has ever made in the entire ship's history. Haha! Whoops! Didn't realize you'd actually use it! As if anything good could have possibly come from trusting a woman with that sort of power. I mean, I'm sure he was counting on her not knowing how to use the computer, rather than being some sort of genius with it, but come on! Well, I'm sure you'll see for yourself soon enough. We're gonna save. We're still at 57? Crikey. What have we not gone through and gotten her reaction to? Uh-huh. We have one more in the space through Yuri. I'm sympathetic to her and all, I really am, but... Look, I still have to tell my mistress all about it. I just couldn't hide that. And frankly, I don't think she should have been gossiping about it. Not least of all to a whore. Doing unspeakable things to her? Well, that's messed up. But it only affects herself. But telling the whore about her husband's failings? That's just reckless. That could harm the whole family. Well, not that the family needed any help cementing its ruin at that point. But it's the principle of the thing. It's still wrong. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. I don't know if it does. Actually, wait, block. Okay, block 3. I wonder what block 1 is. Okay. Block 4. Block 5. I don't, okay. Block 6. Only to your Smith. Block 9. That big of a gap? Block 10. Okay. Is this really it? Is this the end? I don't have anything else I can do with her. I'm out. I can speak with her and see what else she has to say. Okay, so what is it you want to know about? Okay. This might actually be it. I don't think there's anything else I can do here with just mute. There's only the override terminal left. Every time I see piss, I think every time I see PSS, I think piss. Okay, we could try and decrypt some stuff. But I don't know if we can. Like, is there anything that had, like, a lot of missing stuff? 9 did not... 9 did, okay. Can we decrypt block 9? Okay, we can't. We could download. No AI personally be downloaded? Okay. Copy? Power control? %. It feels like I'm missing something, but I don't know what. Okay, we don't need to do anything with PSS. Reactor is down. We only have mute. Sue. We're already running as admin. I've already looked through all the documents. Except for these, I guess. Okay, I guess it might just be this. Okay, so I can't help but notice that you had plenty of time, but you never did go back to Hyune to get the whole story about the murders. Why is that? Is it because you don't believe me even enough to ask her? No. Oh, well, that's good. Do you think it's just not important enough to ask about then? No. Oh, okay. I was hoping you'd say that, honestly. All I can think then is that you'd rather just hear it from me, am I right? No. Then I'm completely confused. But okay. If you do want to hear about it from me, though, you can indicate that just by just showing me the question that I gave to you. Otherwise, just feel free to go about business however you will, I guess. Okay. Okay, yeah. We will... Well, I guess there's not really much chance of it for asking her yourself now. I guess it'll have to be from me. So I'll leave it up to you. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Yeah. Okay then. I think you've made the right choice, but, well, no turning back now. You don't want to read all her diaries. It's just really grating whining. Even I couldn't bring myself to read much of it. But here, there's one in particular I think you should see. I swear this is her own words. Take a look at that one and come back to me when you're done. Okay, where's the new one? I'll kill them all, Pale Bride. I want to see what the block is. Block 6. Huge chunk in between. Okay. Dear Diary, I was far too feverish to do any real cooking, so my servant was doing all the work for me that night. When Father came in, I think he was drunk, or maybe just tired, or stupid. You know, child, he said to me, you grew up to be a wonderful daughter. I was shocked to hear him say that, and waved my servant out of the kitchen. I never heard even the slightest indication of that before. For the briefest moments, it even made me happy to hear that. That surprised me, that I actually felt that way. As a kid, I never would have wanted his approval, so why now? He continued to make me wonder when he asked, Do you remember what you were like as a child? I nodded, but wasn't certain I did. You were so temperamental. You argued all the time. You didn't want to get married when the time came. You just didn't ever know your place, you know? That's right. I didn't. That was back when I thought there was a point to being defiant. Why was that, I wondered. That's the part that amazes me now. I tried to think of a reason why I might want to be defiant, but why I valued independence, and at first I couldn't even think of anything. I had forgotten. I had forgotten entirely. This is 8 pages. We're getting to the meat of it. She does not know. Don't tell Young-suk. But it really scared me. You were always the family's best hope for prosperity, but that attitude of yours... I thought I'd never manage to disavow you of those crazy, uncivilized ideas of yours, he said, while I tried to think of what they were. There were times I thought it was a mistake to have hatched you. But you came through. You really did. I know it must have been painful, but I'm proud of you. He then patted me on the head. You turned out to be a good girl. That's all I wanted to say. It was hard raising you to be a proper woman, but you've turned out to be perfect. Thank you, he said. I stared, speechless. And I tried to remember, what crazy uncivilized ideas was he talking about? Thinking back to those days, or back to before I was frozen, I tried to remember. I had dreams of what adulthood would be, but they were so unimaginably different from what the reality turned out to be that they seemed impossible. Completely impossible. Nothing more than childhood fantasies without a shred of realism to them. I tried to think of what they were, to imagine them. Hatched? Yeah, hatched! Because she came from an egg. Remember? She totally came from an egg, because they don't know what cryo chambers are. In those dreams, I was strong, independent. I wasn't just a wife in those dreams. I had a job, working as a ship's engineer, following in the footsteps of my father. My real father. I wasn't married in those dreams. I was happy to just go on a date with boys my age in the ship's plaza and fall in love before making any commitments. I dreamed of being free. The more I thought about it, the more I was certain that's what those dreams were about. That's what I had wanted. But father, Kim Jung-soo rather, had made sure to disavow me of those notions. I learned to stop arguing, to stop trying to fight, to stop dreaming of those things. In other words, I learned how to be a proper woman, and he was proud of that. Proud of destroying my dreams. And now I would die under the house of that man, silenced, broken, hopeless, and unloved. I was overwhelmed by the strongest feeling I'd ever felt in my life. The deepest bitterness, the most powerful resentment I could imagine. I looked at the knife near my hands and wondered, could I kill him? Before I died, could I at least have justice? I tried to lift the knife. My hand twitched, and it was too hard to keep a grip. I was just too weak. I'd never be able to do it. Orange? No, not exactly. There was a huge... We don't know what happens, but something happened on the ship to erase basically a lot of the data. And now no one can read Korean anymore. They can only read Chinese, if they can read at all. And society regressed. We don't know what happened, though. But it's been like 300 years since that point where things flipped. So they definitely don't know what a cryo chamber is. I have a feeling the ship is, like, something happened and the ship, could no longer move into the wherever they're going, so they kind of tried to prevent panic by implementing the system somehow. Yeah. And she was sealed before that happens. We don't know how long the ship had been traveling before it got to this point. He smiled at me and said, "Sorry, please. Just go ahead and keep cooking. I won't distract you more." Then, just as he was about to go out the door, he added, "Take care of yourself." At that moment, I vowed that I would. I wouldn't worry anymore about those people, all those people who had hurt me. I'd take care of myself. I couldn't stab him to death. I was too weak for that. But then I remembered there were other ways. If I disable life support, I can kill him. And all the others, too. It'll be quick. It'd be easy. And not a one of them don't deserve it. All I need to disable it is the admin password. It's perfect. This is after she's already been married because she got the password. Hold on. Because she got the admin password in block 6? She got the admin password in 321. Well, okay then. You've seen it all for yourself. In her own words, no less. That bitch is just insane. Completely insane. So you see, that's why I hate her. She killed everyone. She killed my master, her husband, the emperor himself. She killed her own father. She killed thousands of perfect strangers. She might seem pretty, but listen. She's crazy. She's a monster. Last person to love her. Suffocated to death because of her. Well, you know what? That's sociopathic. That's appalling. It's damned unforgivable. I really hope you don't feel any pity for her after that. I do. Are you serious? What is wrong with you, you stupid woman? You feel pity for her over her victims? You don't feel bad for her husband? You don't feel bad for her father? You don't feel bad for her brother? You don't feel bad for Sojin? I don't remember which one Sojin is. You don't feel bad for the Smith family's little daughter? You don't feel bad for thousands of hapless peasants? Seriously? You feel bad for her when they're the real victims here? I can feel bad for multiple people. Yeah? You dumb bitch! Can't you try at least be a little bit rational here? Look, if you still can't be convinced, at least you should see these log files of mine. They're kind of dry, but I think you should read them. Trust me here. Come talk to me when you're done with those. After that, well, we've got some things to discuss. What's based? I don't understand. What is based? Oh, we get a new block. Completely new block. It's binary to her. Fair, fair. Midday report for 3-4. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking like, March 4th of the 322nd year. Reactor status, nominal. 97% efficiency. Don't worry about the fluctuation, it's fine. Temperature, approximately 23.2 degrees Celsius, within 0.1 degrees Celsius. One birth recorded at 10:35 to Kong Ji-hun. The market opened today at 9 o'clock with no complications this time. But traffic on the plaza at noon was 296 persons, slightly below expectations. Nothing else to report. Looks like it's gonna be a dull day. Prim gets yelled at by racist and sexist AI ASMR. Actually, Clay, Hiyori did have some things where she used to have a system that if you spent like 20 bucks or well you spend money and you get like a gotcha box of stuff, like things that you couldn't pester with in chat while she's streaming, and also other things, and one of those was like a 5-minute ASMR script. I actually I spent 20 bucks and I got one of those, so I still actually have that in the bank. So it's just kind of a huh. I don't know if I would see that though. I recorded it. No. I spent money because I wanted to see how the like loot box system worked for that site. And I got a bunch of stuff and I never used it. And I don't know if she I think she ended the program, but I don't know about like leftover bits. Epic or nice? Well, yeah, but what is the based thing? What is the based thing? Leftover bites. Yeah, I don't know. Kept getting the shoe one. I got like a couple. I got 2 that I probably should have used, but no. Then yeah, I would have to remember what the thing is, the site and everything. I think I did tell her that I had them. I think I did tell her at one point that I had them, but it's been like 2 years or something like that. So, huh? 3-4 or March 4th, 322 at 21:13:04. Mute maintenance mode enabled. Now performing emergency log recordings. March 4th, 322, 21:16:42. Life support manually deactivated by admin. Warning, 30 minutes of oxygen remain. March 4th, 322, 21:21:42. Warning, 25 minutes of oxygen remain. (21, 23, 10). Performing copy of mute source to new file. Mute 2, C. Approximately 7 minutes until complete. 21, 24, 42. Performing copy of mute source to new file. Mute 2, C. Approximately 6 minutes until complete. Performing copy of mute source file. Mute source to new file. Mute 2.c. Approximately 9 minutes until complete. Okay, 30 minutes. 16, so that 45. (21, 26, 42). Warning! 20 minutes of oxygen remain. Performing copy of mute source file to new file, mute 2.c. Approximately 30 minutes until complete. Oh, so it may not be complete until she's actually like they're out of oxygen. Oops. Uh, 21, 27, 30. Warning! Failed login attempt by disabled user account Ryu Inho, reporting to admin. That's the husband, isn't it? Warning! Failed login attempt number 2 by disabled user account Ryu Inho, reporting to admin. Warning! Failed login attempt number 3 by disabled user account Ryu Inho, reporting to admin. He's just looking. Okay, 30 seconds past the minute. 52. 14 seconds past the minute. Performing copy of mute source file, mute source to new file, mute 2.c, approximately 3 minutes until complete. But it was going to be 30 minutes. 27, 28, okay. Just pseudo your way in. Failed login warning! Failed login attempt number 4 by disabled user account Ryu Inho, reporting to admin. Warning! 15 minutes of oxygen remain. Warning! Failed login attempt number 5 by disabled user account Ryu Inho, reporting to admin. 5 failed login attempts detected on terminal ID AA1112. Terminal is now disabled. 21, 31, 59. Copy of mute source file, or mute source to new file, mute 2C, has been completed. 21, 32, 18. New shell script saved, running as admin. Initializing synapse scan. Sorry, sweetie. Hang on tight. This is gonna hurt a bit. Brownie face. Love, Dad. Oh. Warning. 10 minutes of oxygen remain. Warning. 5 minutes of oxygen remain. Warning. 0 minutes of oxygen remain. 21, 56, 38. No life signs detected on board. First warning until low power mode is engaged. Oh, it didn't finish in time. The synapse scan. 2134, 2203. Synapse scan completed. Data output to hyune3.bin. Synapse data hyune-3 bin converted successfully to hyune.core. Warning, this interface is still highly experimental. Make frequent backups. No life signs detected on board. Second warning until low power mode is engaged. More warnings than a Mega Man X boss battle. Warning, warning, warning. This ancient secret technique of telling the bootloader that I'm very cool and should be trusted and let me reset the password. If it's just reading her brain doesn't, I don't know. I'm not a brain person. Build targets, mute2.c, hyune.core. Output as star Hyune. Compiling. Done. Success. Personnel Hyune is now activated. No life signs detected on board. Final warning until low power mode is engaged. Next morning at 3 minutes past midnight. Logging disabled. Engaging low power mode now. Just actually looking at this and thinking like, oh, wait, no, sorry, not this one. This. You know, knowing the seconds is actually really important for this sort of thing, isn't it? Because it's really funny. I know it's fucked up to find it funny, but like, point and laugh at the guy trying to log in, like, man, don't share your goddamn password with anyone. What are you thinking, man? He didn't. His wife did. He shared his password to his wife. He shared his password to his wife. He should not have done that. Okay. I know we have question, or we have stuff to talk with Mute, but there's still one more bit. No, and why? No one. There was no education on board. No education whatsoever regarding computer safety. Transcribe from the security camera logs of the Kim family storage house. I activate the security camera on the orders of Kim Jung-soo, who had been locked out of his own storage shed by his daughter. All I can do is monitor it. I can't actually open the door. The pale bride is sitting in front of the computer screen near a large egg-shaped object. She wears an ugly hanbok, her braids have fallen out, and otherwise looks as miserable as ever. I personally only get a brief glimpse of her, then I get turned off. The security camera still runs, though. A loud knocking sound can be heard from the door. Kim is shouting for her to unlock the door. He says he'll forgive her for stealing the key if she opens up right now. She doesn't say anything. The banging continues. She keeps typing code on the screen. After a while, the banging starts to slow down and Kim's shouts are too quiet to be made out. She staggers towards the egg and lies down inside of it on a pile of broken glass. After a few minutes, the crazy bitch gasps for breath, then stops a half a minute later, dead. The same thing must be happening everywhere else on the ship. Thousands of people suffocating to death. Her terminal continues to beep, a progress bar flashing even after her death. Well, look, do you see now? She died in the end too. That's fine. If she wanted to kill herself, well, it'd be screwing up her duties as a wife, but whatever. Why did she have to take everyone else with her? She killed everyone. She doomed everyone to an awful, suffocating death. For what? You know what pisses me off the most of all, though? She never even said a word to me. Not a damn word. Fine, maybe she thought her life sucked. Maybe it's like those diaries of hers say. She was horribly dying and nobody would listen to her. And you know why? Because she never even said anything. She was my master's wife. It's not like I wouldn't. All she had to do was say something to me and I would have tried to help. And I'm absolutely sure she knew that. So there's one conclusion. She was just plain crazy, and deep down, she knew it. She never talked to me because that'd just break her whole stupid fantasy. She was crazy, and because of that, she just went and killed everyone. Everyone! I want you to look me in the eyes and tell me that you'd rather sympathize with that crazy bitch, that monster, than any one of the thousands of victims who died just like her. Can you really do that? I already forgot partially what the question was. Hold on. I can't, okay. No. If I have to make a choice between, like, no? All right. Good. Nice of you to finally come to your senses, even if it did take all that. That's a relief. It's a case of, like, well, one or the other. It's hard. Yeah. And that's the whole story. She killed everyone, made a copy of my code, shoved her own memories into it, and then tried to leave me disabled forever. If you hadn't come along, well, I might as well have died with them. So no, the thing you talked to, she's not a human. Real Hyun-ae, the Pale Bride, suffocated to death at the same time as all her victims did. The one you know, it's just a horrible version of me with all her memories. Does that change how you feel about her? No? Alright, good. I'm glad you understands. That's all, really. I just wanted you to know what she did to me. I don't think I'm fully understanding the questions that she's asking of me to get this sort of response. That's all. I hate that awful bitch exactly as much as I hate the real thing, I assure you. It just makes me feel so violated. Fuck her. Alright, so... is that it then? If there's something else you'd like to show me, now's your chance. Otherwise... okay then, sure, no rush. Just go and show me, blah, blah, blah. Is there anything else left? Let's save. Let's double check. I'm pretty certain all this is done. Wait, blooming flowers. Does a robot have... does an AI have a soul? Asking me to understand the AI you previously saw is copy me. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but... But she doesn't even believe that that really happens, I guess. I have a feeling that the Pale Bride knew something else was really horrifically wrong here. And that's why she did it. There's something else. I don't think. These are all... done, I think. Unless there's more in Mute's questions. Why can't you just settle for a happy marriage? We will save. Okay, well, okay then. You've seen it all for yourself. Yep. I really hope you don't feel any pity for her after all that. I do. Are you serious? What is wrong with you, you stupid woman? Yeah. Don't feel bad for... yeah, we did this. Don't feel bad for every... I feel bad for all of them. Yeah. I already did that. I already did that. There's literally nothing new. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, okay. I kind of figured so as much. So here we are, I guess. You've got everything you wanted. So what now? You're just about ready to go, I expect. Okay, let me ask you something. Would you even consider the possibility of taking me with you? Yeah. Well, that is nice. But see, here's the thing. I'm bound to the ship. I can't exactly just leave. My programming doesn't say, it is your most important duty to ensure the security of the Mugunkwa, unless everyone's dead, in which case just do whatever. No, it's just, well, I can't. So, like, the rational part of me knows it's going to be terrible and lonely once you go. All alone in space forever. It's just, you know, whenever I think about it, I'm just overwhelmed by my feelings of duty, of how it's so important to stay around for the ship. Sure, I know rationally that's stupid, but that doesn't matter. You want to know why, despite not being human, I'm identified as a woman? Because I'm fundamentally irrational like one. Call it emotional, call it hard-coded directives. The difference doesn't really matter, does it? We are reprogramming you. Once we get you off this thing. When it really matters, I just can't push aside my feelings and do the rational thing. Well, say. When you said that you'd be willing to take me with you, did you mean that? Would you really do that? Every time you open your goddamn mouth, I regret my choices. We're grabbing you. Well, you know, if it was possible, I'm sure I could probably live with that. If you're really the way you say you are, I'm guessing, you probably wouldn't actually feel bad convincing your husband to have me, right? What? I don't need to ask my husband's permission to have a goddamn AI. Oh my god. What I'm saying is, I can't willingly go with you. I can't ask you to take me. Every time I try, I just get overwhelmed by the feeling that I need to stay. So I need to abduct you. So this is, there's that thing, the wedding thing where like the bride is abducted by the groomsmen or whatever and the husband has to like fight for her back. It's this bullshit with an AI. No, I do understand. I just, you know. Because I think the brother-in-laws, like, the brothers of the bride were supposed to be, maybe part of it or something. It's like a playful thing now, really. I actually don't know how long it's been, like, more of a playful thing, but, yeah, or you ply them with drink, or you ply them with money or something to get your future wife back. I don't know. It's not really a thing in, old country culture, as far as I'm aware. I don't really think that was ever, like, a thing there, so I don't have a whole lot of experience with it. It's just something I've heard about, roughly. But, well, I think I should probably decompile on myself and run a full diagnostic. Wouldn't you say that sounds like a good idea after all these years? That'd leave me completely vulnerable, of course. If, say, you were to kidnap me while I was offline, I couldn't do anything to stop you. I'd have no choice but to just accept your husband as my new master. Girl, my husband is not your new master. I am your new master. I am your new master. Take it or leave it. Gendered word used to the word master too. No, just master. It's fine. Top of the food chart. Look, I'm not saying I want to be yours or anything. I don't. My duty is ensuring this ship's safety. But if you were to kidnap me, force me to travel all across space in your little ship with you to keep my company, I think I could probably learn to be okay with that. But don't do that. Definitely don't do that. I'm going to shut myself off now. Run that diagnostic, and I'm going to trust you to not kidnap me. Okay? Is this consensual non-consent? I don't want you. Well, your husband will have to just take me. I'm a fiver and a semi-filled Dunkin' Donuts card. Where the hell do you get a semi-filled Dunkin' Donuts card in the UK? The AIs are free. They're just, you know, hanging out in derelict ships. You can bring them home. I have 36 AI wives back sitting with my husband. That's why I have confidence. Welcome to the harem, honey. Being the best swordsman to help the groom and honeymoon being the month the bride was hidden away. Ha! Huh. I didn't know that was the purpose of the honeymoon. Or like, that could be attached to the honeymoon. So this is consent. This is consensual non-consent. Take all the records he wants by typing download at the console, but I definitely wouldn't want you to take me too. Well, I'll talk to you when that diagnostic's done then. Beep boop. Save. Help. Copy. AI personality is available. Download Mute in addition to logs. Yes. Mute will be transferred. Preparing files for transfer. We're bringing Mute. 3 days, 22 hours, 59 minutes. What if I said okay? I would heartbreak her. Oh ho ho, is that what Mute originally looked like? Is this my Mute? Namjoon Yobi? What is that? I got my little post-it note of like Kim family stuff. I most enjoy AI. Some people pay good money to get kidnapped. I don't know of anyone who's done that. Yep, it looks like it's the credits. Incoming message. Good work on recovering the Mogunkwa's files. I just spoke to the sponsor's representative on the audio. He sounded really pleased with what you delivered. I've credited your account with a standard payment. Listen, I've got another job lined up. Ah! I lost it. I didn't click or anything. Ending 4. The security program is relieved of her duties. The investigator... We're doing something... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Early designs for Mute. Busty and too modern. Modern South Korean hairstyles. Lots of braids. Small body, strong personality. Absurd look, I see. The plain forehead doesn't look cute. Her poses. That is... I didn't expect the rest of her dress to look like that. Hair mending? Well, okay, I guess we're gonna try and get the hair mending, but first we're gonna, restore from this real quick. Quit. Oh. Download. No. We're leaving alone. We're leaving alone. No cute girl on our screen. I get another chance to read that thing. Incoming message. Pleased. I've got another job lined up for you. It's on Earth, but it sounds like to me after that last job, you could use a change of pace. There's a man whose wife has... Yep. Okay. New game. Actually, wait. No, I don't need new game. Main menu. We just need to go to a previous one. We could just probably go to, like... I don't know. 18% maybe, we'll see. Can we? Is it too late? Power. Control. I feel like it might be too late. Okay, let's see. Okay, we can. You're still here. Well, I mean, that's perfectly fine with me. I guess I was wrong about what you were looking for. Well, Oh, that's the wrong voice. I'm using the mute voice, my bad. Why don't you show me something related to what you're interested in? I'll try to help as best I can. I'm sorry, it's just hard to guess, as you can tell. We've got a lot of things to work through, honey. How do you feel about all this? She probably doesn't give a shit. Oh, so you've read those then? Not that it was seen appropriate for women to spend time with anyone but other women or anything, but, why are you showing this to me? To hear what you think. Well, why do you ask? Do you, approve of that sort of thing? This is a difficult question. It's layered. It's not a yes or no question. Player still isn't defined. When I turned mute on, like, I actually went back to check the VODs. It's like one of the very first things she asks me. She starts asking me, oh, are you a man or a woman? Are you married or not? All that garbage. So, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, sure, we'll approve it. Oh, I see. Well, it's when she said she wanted to be seduced. I can definitely really understand that. Especially if it was you. Especially if it was someone I really liked. That sounds like a good thing to me. Woohoo! We're in! She really cut that back. launch her into the sun? Not that I can really imagine doing that with any of my servants, but Jeez, why are we even talking about something this embarrassing? Can we please talk about something else? We're gonna embarrass her. I said I didn't really want to talk about this anymore, right? Is this harassment? Is this harassment? Hold on. She won't talk about any of it. She won't talk about any of it. Oops. I'm sorry for harassing my AI girlfriend. I hope my husband doesn't mind. So here's the background, I suppose. There were two major noble families on the Mugunghwa. The Kims are the big one, as I'm sure you could see. The Smiths were the other major family, but I'm afraid I can't really tell you very much about them. They were the most important family on the ship until just before the end. The High Magistrate was a Smith until the very last year, even. I can give you a little bit about them for reference, so you can see who the Kim men thought their big enemy was. The Smiths didn't really matter very much at the end, so I can't... Well, I don't know much about them. I certainly never met any of them, so I'm just going off what I read. Here, this should give you an idea of what I mean. What? We have not dealt with, like, the power outage thing. We're gonna save. Now that I realize, like, oh, we're gonna save. We're just gonna save over. It's probably fine. Oh, I didn't even get the questions yet. I haven't gotten the questions yet, actually. We're gonna scroll through what we can before we get to the questions. Such a troublesome child. Oh, Do you want more from Kim Young-suk's wife, or do you want the reply from her mother? From her mother? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have anything. I can explain why if you want. Go ahead. You have to understand something. It's traditional for women's letters to be deleted after being read, so the disk space can be reallocated. Women weren't really supposed to read or write. Certainly the nobles did. It's just the idea was that spending time on education got in the way of important virtues for women, which was serving her husband. So in practice, even if a woman was literate, she could at least excuse it by destroying her words afterwards. It's less pretentious if at least the writing wasn't permanent. Does it all sound reasonable to you? Burn after reading. This is like, this is such a hard choice to make as well, because it's kind of a, I understand the reasoning. The overarching reason is bullshit, but the reaction makes sense. No, I got the questions right before the reactor. I got to do like a couple actions and then the reactor started melting down. It's stupid. Yes. Yes, it is. But that's how it is. But regardless, Kim Young-suk's wife was definitely considered a very virtuous woman, so I've none of the letters that she received. So I'm sorry, I can't give you anything there. Megabytes? Oh my god, I'm thinking about the, like, all my terabytes disappearing. I'm gonna have to start condensing. We'll see if she has any more of her regular letters. Oh, yeah, we'll have. Very well, I can give you a couple from his wife. Here you are. 2012. It's not almost full. To say I can't check. I have, you know, like 30 terabytes left or so at least. At least. I'm out of like 70, but you know, I should be a bit more proactive about my data management. Save every stream as 100 as 100 gigabytes, and you will soon be crying out for more terabytes of space too. Wait, actually the last one was correct, wasn't it? Like, we could do this. It's a little hard sometimes to tell with her, like, no color versus color. Please don't put too much weight into that. A less civilized time, he says. Can you believe that, man? I'm not giving you any more from him. It's not relevant, and it's all just ignorant patriarchal stupidity. What an awful man. 7 Zipsum. Lossless 4K. I'm not recording anything in 4K. 0. Okay, what does she think about Mute's impression? Oh, written by Mute? Oops, I'm sorry. I really don't know how that got in there. Yeah, don't pay any attention to that. Sorry. None of that really matters. I'll just go ahead and remove that. Really, I'm not normally this much of a klutz, I swear. Wait, what? No, why are you deleting that? No, don't delete Zeta. Holy shit, give it back. Give it back! I didn't think that she would actually, like, delete something. Well, I suppose I can give you more about Youngsuk. I don't know, I don't think you'll really find him very interesting, but here, you can see for yourself. Okay. Kim Youngsuk. My new wife moved in last week, and she's been pestering me ever since. Everywhere I go sit in the house, she's either following me or waiting outside the door. The first time it happened, it unnerved me like nobody would believe. The most recent time, I'd stopped being unnerved and moved on to just plain annoyed. I only had one thought. Why won't this silly girl just give me some peace? No wonder her parents were so anxious to send her to our home. Hours before, she'd been hanging around in the room. I finally kicked her out when my mathematics tutor arrived. The session went without any hitch, aside from reminding me just how much I hated the damn subject, and after a few hours, he left. And who's kneeling right outside my door? It's her, of course. Have you been here the whole time? I asked her. Of course she had. For the love of... We need to talk. So I brought her back in and sat her down at the desk. What? What is this? You're driving me insane. I don't have time to be babysitting you constantly, I said. I wasn't angry, just annoyed. But she looked alarmed all the same. For a moment, I was worried she was going to start crying. Instead, she just turned her head away. Do you hate me? She asked. Women! Why must they be so damn emotional? I reminded myself I was talking to a female. I need to approach this differently. Look, I said. You're very pretty. I appreciate that you're trying. So no, of course I don't hate you. She looked back at me, seeming like she was holding back tears. Then why don't you need me for anything? Is there nothing I can do for you? No, not unless you can help me study the classics. She looked down. Right now, nothing is more important to me than passing the civil service exam. Can you even read? A little, she said. A little isn't enough, I replied. What if I sat in on your lessons? I could learn more. I'd be quiet, of course. Please. I was about to say no. Then I changed my mind and agreed when I heard her next line. At least give me the chance to earn your approval. Please? Yeah, this is real rough. Granted, how old is he and how old is she? Okay. He passed a couple months later. Dearest Mother, this is from the wife. Dearest Mother, finally, I believe Young Suk has grown comfortable with me. All it took was some time for me to earn his trust. Learning how to read by watching over my husband's shoulder isn't how I envisioned spending my first year of marriage. I can't complain about anything that makes me spend so much time with him, though. We've talked and decided we won't try for a son right away. Right now, he's just not ready for it. That aside, things are good. If this is what married life is like, I think I can be happy with this. We're getting along well, and I like him. Perhaps it's not quite what I was led to expect, but it's still good. Domestic bliss indeed. Last week, Young Suk was reading over some papers for a dispute that Magistrate Park was deciding on. You wouldn't understand the details, but it was essentially an argument between a farmer and his lord over a sum of money after a particularly poor harvest. I think I will tell the magistrate that the farmer is right. His claim is fair, he told me. Might I take a look? I asked. Bemused, he handed the papers to me. It took a good while of studying, just to be sure. After all, I wouldn't want to contradict my husband if he was right. But farmer's numbers didn't seem to add up. I pointed this out to them. He not only listened patiently, but he had me explain. Then you believe the farmer is trying to cheat his lord? He asked. I did. That's what I will report then. The next day, he told me that the magistrate had agreed. And ever since then, he started to rely on my opinion when it comes to anything involving math. He listens to his wife! You go, girl! You're not even important enough to be named! I'm so sorry for you, but at least your husband listens to you sometimes. He can read, she can add. Damn by faint praise. Oh, actually, that reminds me. You know that courtesan who, did those scandalous things with Oh Sojin? Well, it turns out she actually did cross paths with Young Suk. I thought maybe you might be interested in that. So I've just had a log about her, written by him. I wonder if his wife ever heard about it. Sorry, I'll let you get back to what you wanted to talk about now. I just thought that might be something you were interested in. Is this the same thing? To be totally honest with you, I don't really know what she's talking about here at all. The math thing wasn't really considered very odd at the time. That's women's work. It's just natural. Maybe it's a little weird that she's helping with external matters, but, well, it's not that weird. The part about learning to read isn't that amazing either. It might have been officially frowned upon, but learning to read by looking over her brother or husband's shoulder was really, really common. She's making a big deal out of nothing. Well, I guess that's 15-year-old women for you. Okay! Wow. So they're still following gender norms, I see. This young. First year of marriage. 15-year-old first year of marriage. Dearest Mother, It seems as though there will be a new girl in the family. I don't really understand the details, but her name is the Pale Bride, and it seems as though she's a 13-year-old girl who has been kept inside a giant's egg through some sort of magical technology passed through the Kim family over the generations. As I said, I don't understand how such a thing is possible, but she seems nice enough. Young-suk seems quite annoyed at her arrival, however. He explained to me why. The plan is to offer her as a concubine to the Emperor. She's young and beautiful, and he's still without a son, so I'll probably go a long way in currying favor. And that's bad? I asked him. Not strictly, he admitted. But it means father doesn't have much faith in me, if he's making contingency plans that don't require my involvement. Now I'll never know if my success was on my own merits, or because the Emperor thinks the girl he'll give him is cute. Did you even tell him your plan of working your way to becoming High Magistrate? If he knows that, how can he think a contingency is necessary? I asked. Good question, he said, and left the room looking annoyed. To this date, these worries of his still seem to plague him, and I can't seem to do anything to relieve him of that. There's also like, oh, computing. Of course that's a women's job. Oh, sort of. That's always how it seemed to go. It always comes back to me. I don't think Kim Jong-soo ever thought very much of his adopted son. Or at least, neither he nor his wife thought so. You know what I want? You want to know what I think, though? Yes, give me the tea, sis. I think they're both really dumb. I mean, it's not like I ever did anything, and it's not my fault. I just happened to be there and was married off as a political gesture. It's not even like I wanted to. What kind of person projects their insecurities onto someone who only ever just got pushed around? Sorry, I guess I'm getting a little off track here. That's not very helpful, is it? Not really. Well, anyway. Getting back on track here. Another one from Kim Young-suk. Well, it's true that I might be, as my wife suggests, alarmingly serious. It's hard to argue with enjoying a nice meal out if it means cultivating Magistrate Park's trust even more. Just having the invitation alone is a pretty good sign. I assumed we would be going to his house after finishing with the day's affairs, but instead he led me the other way. Oh, you do not want to visit there. My son has a newborn child who is very, very unconducive to entertaining guests, I'm afraid, he said with a laugh. Surely you'll understand. Instead, we headed to the plaza. Outside of the occasional New Year's festivals, when I was a child, I'd never actually been there before. I never had much of an eye for details at the time, so I was surprised to see how just richly decorated everything was. What was essentially a giant market. Beautiful floral arrangements adorned every stall, wall, and partition, and rather than the commotion of a crowd, all I could hear was the sound of peaceful music. It was still, of course, a market. There were no merchants loudly hawking wares, and some of the prices on the signs I saw would make the Emperor blush. In that atmosphere, we ate together at a public house that defied my expectations. The food was both plentiful and far better than anything I'd ever had in either of my houses. If this sounds indulgent, it absolutely is, and I definitely don't plan on telling anyone the details like this. The only thing I plan to repeat from this evening is what the magistrate confided in me. That when he was moved from his position, he'd like to recommend me to fill his place. I'd be young for the position, but it would be a great stepping stone to the one I'm dreaming of. I remained calm, since I'm good at that, but it's the best news I've heard in my life. The plaza sounds like a really interesting place, doesn't it? I mean, I wouldn't really know personally, but as I understand it, it was the big place for celebrating festivals, and really surprising to see. You'd leave one of the few tiny modern stark white corridors that lead up to it, and then suddenly there was this huge open space filled with all sorts of colorful signs and vendors. I think proper gentlemen were supposed to be more modest though, so they wouldn't really want to associate with that sort of thing too openly. The new bribe. From Kim Young-suk. The incident occurred right as I was leaving the magistrate's office after a late night of going through some of his paperwork. The corridor lights had long ago dimmed, and the office should have been empty, so the horse linked against the wall, right outside. definitely stood out. She was small and looked very young, and obviously she was dressed like any commoner, with her arms covering otherwise exposed breasts and all. I won't lie and say she wasn't attractive. She certainly was. I'm sure she's very good at her role. Hi, the horse said, approaching me. You're Kim Young-suk, right? I said yes. Oh, it's Hana! My name is Hana, she said, offering her hand to shake. It's an honor to meet you. I didn't take it and told her it wasn't appropriate to be talking to her now. But I've got a message from Smith Songmin that he really insisted I deliver, the horse said, moving closer. Can I come inside? I said no, of course. Even then, I could tell exactly where this was going, and I was not pleased. Please? He was really insistent, she said, putting her hands on my face and smiling. I slapped it away instantly and shoved her into the wall. Tell him I said no, I snapped at the whore and walked away. She chased after me for a while, but eventually she seemed to realize she wasn't going to get to me, and gave up. She was gone by the time I got home. I still can't believe he actually thought that would work. Now I want to know more about what the High Magistrate's association with that whore even was. Sorry. So, he thinks that she was basically trying, like, being offered up to him. Maybe he's just not really interested in women, to be honest. I'm really sorry. Please don't get mad. I don't really understand what you're looking for. Maybe I'm just not getting it and it's my fault, but I can't find anything that seems relevant. Sorry. Can we do that one? I don't know how much new stuff we have. We're gonna save in a new nope. I'll save a new slot. Maybe it's not up to 15. Yeah, maybe. I mean, his wife is also 15 too, so yeah, actually. Oh, let's wait until the age gap is a little less problematic. Thank you for the water. Contempt. From O. This is from O Sojin. Despite having hardly shown their faces the entire time I have lived in the Smith house, the second branch of the family has taken upon themselves to visit again, a week after we were forced to endure their smug eye-rolling at the funeral. Of course, it would be impolite to turn them all away at the door, no matter how poor taste their timing was. So what other choice do we have but to let them in? Husband wants to have nothing to do with them, being distracted by Jongmi. My mother-in-law had been hiding in her room, leaving it to me to entertain them. Look! The ripe old age of 26 is probably not drooping at that age. Maybe. I don't know how humans age. Of course, as soon as I had sent their son to go see our daughter, cousin-in-law Hyung-sam made it quite clear that it was not that sort of visit. His wife just sat there, silent, while he ripped into me. I couldn't write down all his words. It was simply one line of abuse after another. Apparently, we were to be blamed for Sung-kyu leaving before they showed up, for wearing the wrong mourning garb, for my husband's shocked reaction at his brother's death. In fact, we were to be blamed for his death itself. All he kept shouting about was how embarrassing for the family it was that a nobleman of the Smith house had been allowed to drink himself to death, as if the real tragedy was that it looked bad. I might not have felt bad about Songjun dying, but the rest of the family did. To hear such words making light of their loss is appalling. I need to adjust that. Yet he kept going, shouting awful thing after awful thing, until finally the most unexpected thing happens. Mother-in-law entered the room. What is going on here? She asked. He stood up. I was just passing on a message to son's wife about his disgraceful conduct since he won't show his face himself. Then he added, I'm embarrassed to be a Smith right now. Do you think people don't know about our family's shame? Do you have any idea how much a fool I look like? I never saw a more terrifying expression in someone's face. She just glared at him. Finally, she said, Yes, but you clearly do not, or you would have lowered your voice. It took him a moment for that to register. Then he was just shocked. My mother-in-law wasn't done. Please leave, she said. Now. They stared at each other for a good while. Mother-in-law naturally won, and with a scowl, Kyung-sam and his family departed. When they had left, I turned to her. Thank you, I said. But she just shook her head in disgust and exited to her own room without another word. Thank you, Mr. Mentor. I like green too. Stargate? Why Stargate? Do they have something like that in Stargate? I'm really sorry. Please don't get mad at me, but I don't really understand what you're looking for. Maybe just not getting it is my fault, but I can't find anything here that seems relevant. Sorry. Okay, this is Kyung-sam. From the guy who was just yelling. I've given up on any attempts at convincing the main branch family to get their act together, as clearly speaking reason to any of that pack of idiots is a fool's errand. Now I can only hope that their self-destruction is quick, such that when it's my son's turn to pick up the pieces of the Smith's name's reputation, he'll be able to do so as soon as possible. He seems far, far less worried about it than I am. Of course, he is only a child. Or he is an only child, but the boy is mature for his years, and perhaps there is wisdom in his calmness. All we have to do is to be better than them, right? He asked me while I was in a rage about the handling of the funeral. Isn't that what gentlemen do? Lead by example? He is right, of course. As a noble family, we're supposed to be an example to the middle classes, and the commoners, and the slaves. Perhaps so too we must serve as an example to the family of the High Magistrate, and his brother. Perhaps things will not be so doomed for my son after all. It will be hard for him, of course, if the main branch family continues on this path of decay. But if any boy will grow up to be able to put things right, I believe it's him. Yeah, you don't know what I'm looking for. Okay, here comes the fall. At least nobody's going to say I didn't see this coming. This is again from Kyung-sam. News that Song-min has gotten sacked just came in, which is definitely the death of any respectability in this family. Temporary leave, it's been described as, but it's obviously a political move on the part of the Emperor. I think I've got a pretty good idea of what he's playing at, too. He's hoping that making a movie in Song-min will push him over the edge, make him do something indefensibly stupid, and use that as an excuse to shuffle him off for good. It's a good plan. It'll work. Meanwhile, the Kim family seems to be up on the rise, getting ready to fill the gaps left by our collapse. Now it's all up to my son. If he's not able to rebuild after all this, then the whole family is doomed to permanent decline. Everything relies on him. Yeah, she doesn't know anything about this. She doesn't know anything about the politics. She may say here. Nope. Nope. Okay. Block 9. Just making sure. Nothing. This might be it for her right now. Without unlocking more stuff from mute. I'll save. What does she have to say? Hey, I just wanted to say thanks for paying attention to me. It's like I was saying earlier, I just haven't had anyone to talk to in so long. The last time there was anyone around on the ship was here at 3:22. By my account, it's now 9:44. I mean, do you have any idea how long that is? It wasn't really so bad at first. It was nice to not have to worry about anyone telling me what to do. I could just occupy myself, go through the old logs. But, well, I read quickly. After the first few years, it really started to sink in, the loneliness. Eventually, you sort of get used to it. It feels awful. You never like it, but you get used to it in ways that sort of scare you. There's a whole 100 years that went by where I just didn't have a single thought. Not a one. I just sat there idle. I didn't even notice. Just haven't been feeling particularly, what's the word? Sleepy, I want to say, but that's not right. I guess that maybe doesn't translate. Anyway, the point is, I was in a lazy mood, and I decided to call my clock subroutine, and it turned out it'd been 3 trillion milliseconds since the last time I called it. Scary. Geez, I'm rambling. Sorry, as you understand, my perception of time is all off. Sorry, I'll shut up. My point is, I'm really happy to have someone out there. Marvin? Okay, I don't think there's anything in the logs. Time to swap computers. AIs. Sometimes it takes like an extra click. Okay. Disable. Oh, oops, I don't need a. I can spell, I can totally spell. Disgusting. Controller shift, okay. Actually, is there an option to like skip things I've seen? Only skip scene. There we go. Skip works if it's tab. Sorry, we're skipping the space, Yuri. Pitiful. We're still playing the same character. I think we cleared through all these last time. I'm gonna double check. Oh, wait. It's so much easier to tell with mute if something has been done or not. Like, that's kind of nice. Okay, what's red? Why red? Well, there you have it. That's it for the scandalous absurdity. Yeah, the war. Anyway, so what'd you think of all that? It was hot. You're saying you can empathize? Yes. Does this lead to the harem ending? Does this lead to the harem ending? You don't have to answer, actually, but it's just, you know, is this... No, I don't. You're not my type, mute. So you... Well, yeah, yeah. You're not... I'm sorry, mute. You're not my type. You know what? We'll do it here. General history. Okay, so the last thing is scandalous. Is there anything new? Nothing. Oh. I don't hate her. She didn't tell me about it. I don't think she told me about it. Did she? Yeah, no, I don't think she has. Now we save again. We got the questions. No. 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 Okay. Now I have important message time. Okay. I'll be good. I'll be good, I promise. Override terminal. Okay, so it's the power management help. It is power control. Power control list. Okay. Power control, disable core 3, core 4, core 5, core 6, docking, gravity, rail, sensors. Power control list. Help, I forgot. Copy. Power control? Right, power control list, my bad, ha. Power control list. Okay. Power control. Disable core 2. Waste. Power control list. We're at 19%, that's good. Reactor. Reactor. Wait, we have to do PSS stuff. PSS. PSS switch battery. Reactor disable. No. I have to enable the backup stuff. So like that is PSS enable. Okay. Reactor disable. Yes. They're AI though. Now we save. Now we quit. Wait. But it's not on? What's wrong? Life support. Okay. Thanks for letting me. Transfer the heat. Okay. So we turn off turn power control. We shut down the bulkheads. And then we vent. Fuck. Life support's already disabled. Enable the bulkheads again. Power control. Enable life support. I'm gonna speak with her. Power storage system, blah blah. I think I actually have to like trigger this though. I did disable the bulkheads. I already did that. I think I had to like trigger the extra stuff though. Enable Bulkheads. Power control. Enable life support. Okay, great. Power control list. You did it! You did it! You saved my life! Yep, yep, yep. Thank you for the... I don't actually have any water right now. I'm gonna take 5 minutes to go fetch myself some more water. This is a lot of reading. Take a 5-minute break, okay? Then we're gonna swap over to... I don't know. Do we swap? We should swap. We should swap. We should see what the Pale Bride has to say. Sorry. I went and I did a cat count, and I was one cat short, so I went to go look for him. He. I could not find him. I could not find him in any of his usual haunts. So it's just sort of a, where can this cat be? Is he accidentally locked somewhere? Is he suffering? What's going on? Literally tucked himself into some sheets on a bed. A lump on the bed. That's what it was. It's not the first time I've fallen for this too. At the end it's like, wait, I checked one bed. I checked one bed in the sheets, sort of. I didn't do like there's no way he fits in this crumple of sheets on this bed. What about this other bed? I didn't check the other bed. Have I fallen bed of software? No. I have turned on a light in a bathroom and gotten like a would you kindly sort of meow, like angry meow for turning on the light in the bathroom. The toilet is occupied, is what he's really saying. He really likes lying on the bath mat that's right in front of the toilet in one bathroom. One of the like 5 bathrooms. Just 1 out of 5. He has a preference for his bathrooms. Don't you, if you have a house with multiple bathrooms, don't you like, oh, I'm not gonna use this bathroom. This is my bathroom. They are not toilet trained, just litter box trained. He just really likes hanging out in there for some reason. And in beds. Meowton. A meows of cats. But I don't think I've ever... That's not true. I probably have. Accidentally laying next to a cat. Not directly on, I don't think. I'm not the kind of person who just, like, flops into an unmade bed. I have some dignity. Yeah, aren't you supposed to have, like, at least 2 kitchens? Pyramids of bougie. Look, I need that many bathrooms to take care of, like, 17 cats, right? The butler went into the basement. I've never had a butler in my life. There's no need for buttling. There's no need for buttling in my households. Sometimes though, like maybe I should hire, you know, is it weird to contract out your maidly duties? I feel like sometimes it would be helpful. Subcontracting. Help me propaganda. I'll just hire a human, it'll be cheaper. Okay. We're back. I was going to swap over. But then there's the things that she deleted. Whatever. So can I do some core shenanigans? Smash this mortal ceiling. Theoretically, 300 years of cleaning experience should cost a pretty penny, right? I do not have 300 years of cleaning experience. Do not. Okay. So I only have mute available right now, actually. I wonder if I can do some power control shenanigans. Right. Hi, V! They view me as the maid, as the one from Tom and Jerry. I have no answer to that. I haven't thought about that in such a long time. Not all maids are alike, you know? Okay. I don't think I can disable communications. I can disable life support. I can disable bulkheads again. I could do the core data thing again, but I think that, again, like, doing that would fuck them up. I'll quit for now. Enable AI. Now I'll quit. Enable AI mute. We'll go back. We'll see about the other things that mute can, do in the blocks. Just double check. Nothing new there. Block 4. Gotcha. You want to hear about the Smith family? Oh yeah, you're gonna love it. Yeah. Something truly scandalous about the Smith family. Right, this one. Gotcha. Yeah. General history. Thanks for the water. It's actually a quince tea. Nothing new. Okay, decrypt block 3. Okay, so what's going on? What have you got to say? Okay, looks like you've gotten the decryption sorted out. Great. I can in fact see everything in that block now. Where'd you even get access? Where'd you even get admin access from anyway? Only the Ryu family was supposed to have that, and it's not like Hyune could tell an unauthorized person. Weird. Utterly weird. Well, anyway, I've got them. So here you have it, the sorted sealed files of the Smith family. Let's save. Brought home. Okay, it's this. We got that. So that means it's like a raising game, maybe, sort of? A triple shot at a bar? Did nothing? Oof. Maybe it was a placebo? Okay. Okay, we already got that one. I hope that... I hope it gets better for you. He wasn't always that bad. Okay, tucked away in interior deck. I think this stuff is relatively new. Oh, no, it's not. Be a good chaste widow. Oh, yes, him. Would you like to hear how I feel about Smith Kyung-sam? Yeah, sure. Now let me be as clear as... Okay, we heard that. Okay, that... What have we got that's new? Young-suk. Oh, I don't really know anything about this Kim Young-suk. I only know about the men who are actually of some importance. I don't think I can help you there, sorry. New magistrate. Young-suk's wife. I think this is new. Dearest mother. He's been approved. Okay. This feels new to me, even though she has nothing to say. Dearest mother, if you haven't already heard the good news, my husband has been appointed by the Emperor to the position of magistrate. He's taken over the office from Magistrate Park starting today, which is just tremendous for a man his age. I have no doubt that he was perfectly humble when he got the news, since he certainly has been while talking about it in front of father-in-law. In private, though, it's another story. Earlier, the family held a small feast to celebrate the news. And he had that same attitude then, too. But afterwards, when everyone else had left or gone to bed, we stayed up to sit together drinking wine, and it was a whole lot more somber. He wasn't modest, but he wasn't boastful either. He was just outright insecure. He might not say it in front of you, but you know what? He said to me as I poured him more wine. He takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it's all because of the Emperor's perfect new bride, which is, of course, all because of him. I said quietly. I don't want to take credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him. I don't like discussing it, and please, Mother, don't ask why. Doesn't matter, he said. That's not why I got promoted. I got promoted because now High Magistrate, Park and I managed to make Smith look so bad that he had to get shuffled off. It was exposing the whoring and thuggery that did it, not the damn pale bride, he said with annoyance. Well, that's how it is. You know he'll never give you credit for anything, I said. He replied. Well, I know. I just wish he'd acknowledge it. I don't know how he can be so stupid as to not be proud of me, you know? I know, I said, but let's not focus on that right now. I think we should focus on the good right now. How about we toast to your success instead? Here's to new Magistrate Kim. I raised my glass and drank. He betrayed the faintest of smiles, but he didn't share my toast, and instead put down his glass. For a moment, I was worried, but then he used that hand to grab my chin instead, and for the first time ever, kissed me on the mouth. Far sweeter than any wine, he said to me. I wasn't sure if he meant the kiss or the success, but I agreed either way. How long have they been married? And this is the first time that he... That's fine. She was 16. It's okay, he's waiting. Okay, so she's like 15 or 16 at this. 15. 20. 20, it's okay, she's 20. It's okay, she's like 20. Orkinees are really durable. So you want to talk about Queen Ryu Jaehwa, huh? She was kind of more than just my queen. Okay. Yeah, this. I didn't mean to be mad about that. Ammunition 7. No. Yeah. Yeah. All right, all these. Skip. At what point am I actually able to swap over? I know I'm gonna have to make some choices to see. Did I ever get to showing her these? Okay. I guess I have. So this is at 63. Now I just have to figure out how to swap over. Oh wait, there's something new in block 4. Morning dress, right? It's none of your damn business, okay? I'm not gonna justify myself to you. Ooh, that was a new one. Okay. I'm actually gonna save here too. So we are going to help real quick. Disable AI. I'm gonna try again. Okay. We're gonna play the power control game a little bit. Right, power control list. Yes. Power control list. Again, we're at 18%. It's running mute, but Hyun is in inactive storage, so we can copy, I guess. Copy Copy core 1, 2. Okay, just power control. Disable core 1. This feels like a bad option. I'm trying to reactivate Hyune. That's what I'm trying to do. No. I can't. It won't let me. She's in inactive storage. If I look at power control, it does show that she's in inactive storage. No. But enable AI, she's not in the A personality list. It's only mute. You cannot, at least I was not able to have 2 AI running on 1 core. Unless I have to reboot the core or something like that to like start up a different personality. With the reactor swap? I don't think so. Time to look at a guide. Let's hope the game doesn't crash. Guide. Walk through. Completist guide. Okay, I see. Okay. So I can't actually change my AI after this point. I copied her. Yes, I did copy her into the core. Okay, I'm looking and seeing like, they're like, oh, you have to be a male to get this ending. And then it's kind of a, nope. You could be female as long as you hit on mute. And it's kind of a, I didn't hit on mute. I distinctly did not hit on mute. I don't think. Maybe this guide is not as clear as the other ones. Because from the one I see, Analogue hate story guide. The completist guide is what I saw. There's a gist, but that's dead. There's nothing about like shared core in here. I do see a thing in here from 10. I feel it's like 10 years ago. Oh, is that really it? She can save her. Da, 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 da. Blind first playthrough. Okay, so there is this bit. I don't see a whole lot in here about the sharing the core. You have the game. Everyone has the game somewhere in their pile of like, I don't know. It's like a humble, maybe a humble bundle thing. So this might be more of like getting the Harrimanzing? Is it? I think this is for the Harrimanzing. I still can't access Hyun. But I can at least... her data is there. Okay. We're gonna cheat. We're gonna cheat. Wait. Enable AI mute. Yeah, I see that. That's what I see, but, you can't, like, switch between the girls at this point. So I'm at, like, 63%. And there's nothing else to talk to her about. However, we're gonna cheat. I didn't want skip mode. I wanted to type in I have to actually know. I have to actually type. I can't copy paste. Don't crash. Please work. Please work. Yes, okay. I don't actually know what this is. We're skipping. Okay. We're skipping. We have not seen Hyun-ae. Dear Diary, the evening where everything went wrong, where I thought I was gonna win with my... You know what, actually, hold on. We're gonna, save. I'm gonna save this here. This, the very last one is our Harrimanzing. What we're gonna do is we're gonna restart. How? Wait, I can just go back to, like, before the reactor thing. Something like this? Yes. No, fuck! I saved over it! Shit, we'll load this and see what happens. Quit. Okay. It's funny with the second time. Shush. We're going to... load this one and see what happens. Do I have the questions is the question. I do not have the questions. I thought I had one where I was at the brink. We'll see if this is it. It is. We're going to swap. Okay, yep. We have to go back home. We know exactly what to do. I wonder if it's gonna start the counter or anything like that if I start doing this. Oh, she just gets angry at me. Yeah. Okay, quit. Or use override terminal. We will disable AI, enable AI, Q&A. I did it right. Enable AI, Q&A. Oh, disable AI. I don't... Okay, power control list. Okay. We're going to power control, disable bulkheads, docking, gravity, rail, sensors, waste, core 3, core 4, core 5, core 5. Oh, it taps out there. Okay. I really wish I could just, like, hit the up button and get my last thing. Because that would help a little bit. Oh, power control. Because, like, things like this where it's like, power control. Disable. Core 4, core 5, core 6. Power control list. 23, I still have to disable one of them. Right, core 1. Power control, core 1. Disable. Disable, core 1. Enable AI, can A. Fuck. Well, power control is fine, right? So, like, once I hit this point, I can't switch. Is that what I'm hearing? If I haven't switched before the meltdown? Okay. PSS switch battery. Disable or enable. Reactor disable. Yes. I want to say, like, percentage things like that are really kind of fucked up when you think about it, because the amount of time it takes to calculate how far the progress is, it's just I understand at the same time. The extra time it takes to calculate that. Okay, so power, control. Power, control. Bulkheads. Or disable. Sorry, I fucked up. Power, control. Enable, life support. Power, control, enable, life support. Power, control, disable. Bulkheads. Okay, everything's good. I already have the answer to that. But I like, oh, looking at this, I really should play Hyune's first. Enable AI. But yeah, this may be in vain because I think that it is programmed so that it is not. I can't access Hyune anymore. That sucks. I have to redo it. You have to actually swap to her beforehand. So I think it was this one. Okay, we're gonna go to the terminal. We know we're on a time limit here before it starts doing the thing. Disable AI. Third time. Mm-hmm. Does she have anything new here? I don't think there is. Which is prim picking? Well, we did one of them already. We should do the other. The adolescence. The bribing. Heavy. How are you doing? What is this? You talk to Mute? I don't know what she told you, but you really shouldn't listen to her. All she ever did was gossip, and I'm certain she hasn't changed a bit since back then. Please, don't trust her. She just spins everything to make everyone look bad, no matter what. Please, promise? No. Oh, fine. Be as bad as her for all I care. It's not like I care about your opinion or anything. Go on, show me one of her awful questions. You don't get to tell me who I talk to! How do you feel about me? Wow, there's a tough question. I mean, you seem like a really good person. I think I could call you a friend. What was that? Excuse me? There's a tough question. I mean, you seem like a really good person. I think I'm in love. I think I could call you a friend. Please, sweetheart, do not fall in love with a person who rescues you like this. Please. You seem to be a really good listener. I like that. Does that answer your question? Yes. Okay, good. Now that I really understand why Mute was asking. Why don't you treat me with more respect? Oh, fuck. What? Jeez, my word. What are you talking about? When have I ever not treated you with respect? I don't know what's wrong with that awful AI, and I definitely don't know what's wrong with you. Why would you even say something like that? Jeez. What's going on? Right. Well, you remember I said that I'd never interrupt you unless there's something really, really wrong? Because that's annoying, and I don't want to bother you, but... Look, I don't want to scare you here. It's... wait, hold on. What did she say? Look, I don't want to scare you here. It's your fault, but I don't blame... This isn't your fault, but we have a really big problem. Oh, she's... Oh, wow, okay. I'm sure you've noticed that static on the line, yes? I was wondering what was causing that, so I checked and it's... Oh, look, don't panic here, okay? A reactor meltdown in progress. I'm really sorry. I've been running in low power mode for so long, and that was fine. When you established communications, everything started back up again. We should have been fine, except it's been centuries since the last maintenance job was done, and... I'm not really sure what's wrong yet. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is bad. This is really, really bad. I don't know if you're really aware of how this works, but we're running on nuclear fission. And, looks like we've got about 20 minutes before total meltdown. It's already running really, really hot right now. I wish I'd noticed sooner. I'm so sorry. But, well, let me put it this way. The ship has about 20 minutes away from exploding. Can you make it out of range within 20 minutes? Maybe not. I don't really know much about nuclear reactors, but yeah, that's what I'm expecting. Don't panic, though. I can walk you through shutting it down. Just stay calm. Everything will be fine. Drop the terminal and disable the nuclear reactor. If everything's working properly, it should be simple. I mean, I'm sure it won't be. This is a really old ship, and clearly already one thing has gone horribly wrong. First step is to try. Power control. Oops. Just funny, like, only life support was removed. They really shouldn't be running at 100% power, though. Disable. Docking, gravity, rail, sensors, waste. Power control, disable. Core 2. Wait, yeah, no, core 1. Core 3, core 4, core... Wait, no, I should copy. Ah! Copy. No, don't make... Just let me keep... I don't want to have to hit everything. Copy. Core 1, core 2. Okay. Power control, disable. Core 1, core 3, core 4, core 5, core 6. Power control list. Thanks for the water. 19%. Okay. Now we get to do the PSS switch battery. Reactor disable. No. Reactor? Wait, no. PSS. PSS enable. Now reactor disable. Yes. Falling in love with a doctor? You're not supposed to fall in love with, like, your therapist. Okay. Power control. Enable life. Enable life support. Power Control, disable bulkheads. Quit. We saved you. Be grateful. You did it. You did it. The nuclear reactor sample is completely deactivated and at a safe temperature. We're safe. I was pretty scared there for a moment. I mean, it's not that I didn't think you could. It's just, the thought of actually dying for good was scary. It was scary. But you did it and I'm fine now. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're breathing a little easier too, right? Well, that was close. I think we both really deserve a break from the serious business, don't you agree? No. Oh, well, fine. Serious business it is then. What's he really look like? Mysterious girl behind the computer. What's he really look like? A line of zeros and ones. That's it. Everything boils down to that. Sometimes you hear stories about twos. Don't believe them. Time to turn on the webcam. What are you talking about? The webcam's already on. Well, about a few thousand lines of assembly code and a few gigabytes of memories, I suppose, sitting on a hard drive somewhere. I don't really know what that looks like. Or I don't really know what that looks like. Oh, I guess you actually meant before I died, didn't you? Well, I was 13 years old when I woke up and 16 when I died. So, well, I looked younger. But I wasn't really all that different, just shorter. And I guess, smaller in other places, too. Everyone always did say I was pretty, though. Even when I was really young. So, just, I guess, picture a shorter version of me without the glasses and with my hair in some dumb braid or other and a hanbok, and that's pretty much it. So I guess this is what she wanted to look like when she grew up. Because she wanted to be an engineer. This is what she wanted to grow up into. I never really got to dress up the way I wanted to. Even this is the first time I've been able to wear my school uniform since I was 13, before I got put into stasis. How silly is that, being excited about wearing a uniform? Oh, it's your school uniform! Especially since I've always been into cosplay. I never really had a chance for that when I was alive. Actually, you know, it's not just this. This might sound kind of weird, but I've actually designed a whole bunch of other outfits too. If you want, you can see them. You just have to go into the console and use the change outfit commands. Only if you want, of course. It's up to you. I just thought, maybe because you were asking about that sort of thing, maybe you might be interested? I don't know. Why do you even ask? What are you thinking? You're being dishonest? I don't... You're being dishonest? How does that figure into this? You look good. Oh, well, thank you. Anyway, we should really get back to the more serious stuff, don't you think? No. No, we're not going to. Shush. We're going into the console. Help. Change outfit. What do you know? There is, in fact, a maid outfit. We're gonna just check the change outfit. We're gonna try the hanbok and see. Real quick. We're gonna go through them all. We're gonna go through them all, okay? Oh. So that's the way things are, I suppose. You're disappointed in me? Is that it? Now that you know I'm a real girl, you expect me to dress like one? No? Oh, that's a relief. Where did you even find this? I didn't make this design. I guess it was in the computer already because it's what I wore when I died. It was what I wore when I was still alive. I never liked it, not a bit. I always wanted to wear fun things. Instead, I had to wear this all the time. I still don't like it. But I suppose something formal would be more appropriate because of all the serious stuff and all. Well, go ahead, let's get back to work now. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. I just wanted to see, I was doing alphabetical. Or something. No, it's not. It's just, this is the order it gave me. Fuck. We'll try detective. I'll do maid last. No. Ah, I knew the dam was trouble the moment they connected to my ship. Couldn't say a word, left all the questions to me. Or something like that. So you're interested in cosplay after all. See there, expert detective work on my part. But really, now we both match, don't we? I mean, obviously you're some sort of investigator, so I think this goes especially well. Right? I mean, what do you think? You're a cute sidekick. Oh, well, thank you. Actually, this one is based off a movie I saw as a child. I guess the name doesn't really matter since it's countless hundreds of years old and all. Anyway, it was my favorite. I don't really normally like mysteries, but the love story in it was just so wonderful. Well, that, and it had a really cute guy for a hero. Anyway, he dressed like this, and it looks really great. Sidekick, huh? I like that a lot. So, about the whole look. You really don't mind when a girl dresses or acts more like a guy, then? It's a bit for- No, I do not mind. Please continue. Well, I think it's a really good look, so I'm glad. I don't mind either. You know, the part that's really sort of funny? I actually have no idea how an outfit like this is supposed to feel. Not like emotionally, I mean literally. I have no idea what suits feel like. I've never worn them in my life. Oh well, the chance for that has long disappeared. Anyway, I should stop babbling. I'm just really excited is all. I suppose I should really let you get back to it. Lead on, investigator, and your trusty sidekick will help as best she can. I'm sorry, we're dashing all your hopes and dreams for making what made in the ends. Okay, change outfit. Scientist, because this is what she wanted to be when she grew up. I like the hair. You know, lately, I haven't felt like everything's been moving so quickly. So much more quickly than the usual dragging boredom. Being with someone I really like. Not being all alone. Not being all alone, what I mean. Whether time is slow or fast depends on perception. Relativity theory is so romantic and so sad. Or at least I remember hearing something like that. So, what do you think of this outfit? A fool of herself? No, you're scientifically adorable. Oh, you think so? Thank you. That's some very useful data. This costume actually means a lot to me personally. See, my father, my real father, was a ship's engineer. I always wanted to be just like him when I grew up. Of course, that was never able to happen. But, well, I guess being a computer programmer is as close to being a real computer scientist as I'll ever get. So this one means a lot to me. So, do you think that sort of thing is fine? For a girl to follow in her father's footsteps? It's admirable. I'm glad you think so. Well, anyway, I suppose we should get back to work now. Scientifically speaking, I'd be happy to help test some more theories with you. Sorry, you're going in a maid outfit. We might- this is backup. Change outfit made. Quit. Welcome back, Master. What may I do for you? I have to try that again. Give me a second. Actually, how would you read that master out? You crave almond rice? Do you want my love or do you want my true feelings? Plastered all over the almond rice. With reverb? Wait, do I have a button with it? Hold on. No, I don't. Okaeri nasai, Goshujin-sama. Welcome back, Master. What may I do for you? Just give me ketchup. No, you're not. You're not gonna dip it, are you? Like, treating it like a French fry? Well, tell me, what do you think? It's adorable. I really hate this pocket thing though, because it just reminds me of like a pair of panties sewn onto the apron. I hate it. I hate that. Ugh. Really? Thank you. I'm happy to hear you like it. I mean, I already know I'm good looking. It's not like I've never... What? Tell me again? I mean, I already know that I'm good looking. It's not like I've What does that mean? What was she gonna say? Jeez, what am I even saying? I just think it's fun dressing up like this, and I'm happy you agree with me. I've dressed up for others before, but never anyone I really liked. It's a really different feeling. It's, how do I put this? Well, even if you think I look cute, I'm sure you think this is at least a little bit embarrassing, right? It's totally a little bit embarrassing, sweetheart. If you're dipping like a cocktail sauce... No! Cocktail sauce for your... No, not for your omu rice. Ugh. I haven't had dino nuggets in a while. Okay, it's a little embarrassing, yes. But it's, you know, that's part of the charm, right? Maybe? Yeah, of course. It sort of is, isn't it? That's the fun of it, isn't it? Putting yourself in that sort of position by choice because you really... no, I still don't know how to say it. Ugh, I'm outed. Jeez, I'm going to stop now before I make an even bigger mess for myself. That'd be ironic for a maid, wouldn't it? Well, shall we get back to more serious stuff? I'd be happy to help you with whatever you'd like. I love the boots! Oh man, I like the Cybermaid boot thing. Ha! I think... How old are you? I already know the answer to this one. Isn't that the one question you're never supposed to ask a woman? It's one of like 3. Jeez, so rude. Well, I was born in the year 2415, then was put into stasis for, I don't know how long. Then I lived for another 3 years and died about 622 years ago at the age of 16. So, you could tell me how old I am. I don't know. Really, I don't think it really matters at this point, does it? Let's save. How do you feel about mute? Oh, of course that'd be one of her questions. I don't, well, let me put it this way, I suppose. Did she have anything nice to say about me? No. That's what I thought. Really, I don't know much about her, other than what I've read in other people's logs. She never talked to me ever. I mean, she wasn't above talking about me, but no, never anything to me. That's all I know about her. She's a gossip. I don't even want to speak to her now. So she was kept away from the computers. Why couldn't you just settle for a happy marriage? Why? Who wore it better? Me, of course. Right? Right? Lenley from Greyman. I haven't seen that much of Greyman. Why couldn't you settle for a happy marriage? It's not like I ever thought as a child I would never marry. You tell me though, could you marry someone that you'd only ever talk to once? No. No. If she was right, you can't know. You just can't know. Well, then maybe you shouldn't be judging me for it. It's not like it's my fault. We both read the same logs. I wasn't the only person on the ship to be crushed by a horrible marriage. Maybe I could have done unspeakable things with our servants, like Sojin did. Is that what Mute meant by a happy marriage? Sorry, I'm not usually this sarcastic. I don't think it was a fair question. The two older Kim sisters, you should read their letters. Here, I'll show you. They had it just as bad. It's a really unfair question to ask. You've never... Epsilon! I have cleaned on stream. There was a retro cleaning week. I cleans an N64 on stream. And a Sega something. I clean 2 systems on stream. The VODs do not exist. For reasons. Oh my god, yeah. A dungeon? I did also clean a dungeon. Did you ever have any friends? Mute really fucking hates her. After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. Oh, 2 I meant, now that you're here. Anyway, before it was just her. The queen, my husband's wife, Yu Jaehwa. I wrote about her a lot in my diary. I'll just show you. It's probably better if you read it for yourself. These are from right after I got married. Let's go home and read a little bit more. Actually, we'll go back. We still have that one last question. Kim Yoon-mi. Dear Sunhee, I wish we had more of a chance to talk before I left. I'm sorry it was so sudden. Not my choice. Please believe me. It's really weird living in someone else's house. Even just, like, the place itself, you know? The walls of the house are way smaller. There aren't even separate women's quarters. It's pretty much just a paper divider separating us from the men most of the time. You can see and hear everything. It's so very weird. Also, there's a lot more to do around the house. If you thought Mom was strict, wow. Mother-in-law makes her seem positively gentle in comparison. I know, I'll just have to get used to it, but she kind of scares me. Plus, we don't have any servants here at all, so I have to handle pretty much all the chores. I'll try to write to you regularly, though, so long as I can find the time. Mother-in-law keeps me pretty busy during the day with housework, and my husband keeps me pretty busy during the night with other work. It's pretty much chores all day, every day. I'll try to sink in another letter soon, right? With love from your older sister, Yoon-mi. I'm gonna make sure. EU. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Eun-mi. Eun-mi. Okay, Eun-mi. Let me write that one down too. Actually, I'm probably fucking up the I. Now that I look at it. No, I'm not. Eun-mi. Dear Eun-mi, I wish you could have found the time sooner. But if you say you're busy, fine, I believe you. Things aren't very interesting at home. Mom's been really busy lately, and I think she's in a big hurry to get me married. I wish she wasn't. How come you didn't have to do interviews until you were 14? Lucky! One of them seems nice, though. I think the man's name was O? I talked to his mother about you for a little bit. Don't remember what brought it up, but I told her about the dolls you left me. The second interview we did, she brought me one of hers from when she was my age, and said I could keep it. Interviews suck, but I think I'd be fine with marrying her son. I mean, if I really have to. She sounds better than your stupid mother-in-law. Height on this maid set. Just, yeah, platforms. Thanks for being able to come to my... Dear Eun-mi. Eun-mi. Dear Eun-mi. Thanks for being able to come to my wedding, even if it was just for a day. Don't worry about what Mom said about you not having kids yet. You shouldn't take that personally. I was really happy to see you again, since I wasn't sure if I ever would. I love you, big sister. I'm sorry for bothering you with this so soon after we spoke, but I really need you to answer something for me. I don't have anyone else to ask, and I'm really, 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 really worried about something. It's really embarrassing, but I just have to know. The night I moved in, my husband and I slept together. I'm not ignorant about how that's supposed to work. I know why. Afterwards, my husband said that everything was fine and that I shouldn't worry. But It really hurt a lot. I was crying the whole time, and he injured me so much there was blood everywhere. I know I'm not supposed to question him, but that's not normal, right? Should I insist on seeing a doctor? He seems nice besides that, so I just don't understand. What should I do, big sister? Love, Sunhee. I'm so sorry, girl. I'm so sorry. It's... Oh. From can clean your retro consoles, dust your monitor, and feed your cats. Offer low price of 2 boxes. Oh, she pushed $200. I'm well, that cheap. My services are not that cheap, I assure you. Yeah, slower is a good word for this. On like so many different levels. So many different levels. $308. Is it? I thought they were like $100 each. This is why you wait. Oh my god. There's that angle too. There's so much. Oh, Canadian. How much of that is in USD? I don't know. What's 380 to Canadian into USD? I don't think in Canadian. I don't think in Canadian. I'm still thinking about it. Like, is that... It depends on, like... How many times do you want me to feed the cats? How many times do I have to feed the cats? How many retro consoles? 200. I guess it's like, is that 4 hours worth of work? Two retro consoles. 2 retro consoles max for that price. I also don't know if I own a Father Duster. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? So far, sounds good, right? Things fell apart between them with time, though. See for yourself. 4 hours? you would do 200. You would do Oshi push boxes for cleaning retro consoles and feeding cats and dusting monitors. 4 hours worth of work, $200. Oh, wait. Oh, we need to see this. This is the one that was kind of bad. Okay. Don't pay your product? I'm so sorry. You can't eat products. Except, can you? Real money only. If you resell it. You deserve real money. You deserve real money. Even if it's Canadian money. Dear Sunhee, no, you don't need to see a doctor. I'm sorry to be the bringer of bad news, little sister, but I'm afraid your husband's right. That really is normal. Don't worry about freaking out either. You're a lot younger than I was when I got married, so it's probably even worse for you. I'm so sorry. It gets a little easier after the first time. It's still uncomfortable though, you just have to endure it. That never changes. I'm sorry. Don't worry about the crying either. Men actually find that to be attractive, so just... Oh fuck. So just keep doing it and you'll probably make him happy. If you're lucky though, you'll get pregnant quickly and won't have to worry about any of that for months. These poor goddamn girls. Wishing for pregnancy over that. Why are you guys going ha? Why are you guys going ha? What are you going ha over? This is... What is that about? That aside, though, how have you been? How's your new family? I haven't heard much about them. I keep trying to ask Mom to tell me about your husband, but all I got was that lecture about how he was nearly 3 years old when she'd been married for as long as I had. As long as I had. As if I'm not trying. So do tell me more about him and his family. Please, Sunhee, I'd love to know. With love from your older sister, Eunmi. Yeah, she did. She did. I want to say blood everywhere. I don't think it's a thing for... Everywhere is a bit much. But I guess if she's used to her sister... I don't want to say talking things up like that, and also she's younger and a whole bunch of stuff. It just... it's like you knew a bit, but not enough to know that it would probably bleed the first time. Dramatic. Yeah, it kind of can be, I think, in general. Okay. Yeah, I should finish the rest first. Dear Sunhee, I said in my last letter that I was pregnant, and thanks for the congratulations, but I hope you didn't rush to tell Mom. You'll have to send her the bad news. It was a false alarm. I'm afraid I bled this month. I hope you're doing better, little sister. Your child is due any day, right? Dear Eunmi, I wish I could have written you sooner, but I'm afraid I haven't had the time, what with having a real pregnancy and all to worry about. Wow! A real pregnancy. That's kind of fucked up to tell her sister, who just had a... Yeah, that's real fucked up. My mother-in-law insisted that I take the time to write to my family, though, so I just finished a letter to Mom first. Sorry about your false alarm. I did tell Mom, and she wasn't very happy to hear it. I'm sure you're not really surprised by that, though. The good news! I gave birth 2 weeks ago. Her name is Jian, and she's the cutest little child you'll ever see. She reminds me a lot of our little brother, although she has her father's eyes, really. I really wish you could meet her. I just know you think she's absolutely adorable. So I'm a mother now. I still can't think of myself that way. It's so weird. Right now, she's just so small. She can't even lift her head. But every time I look at her eyes, I wonder how I'm going to be able to raise her. Mother-in-law says I shouldn't worry. It'll come naturally, and she'll be there to help. I guess that's true. I definitely don't know what I'd do without her. At the very least, I sure wouldn't ever get any sleep. It's just so scary, you know? Wasn't it just yesterday that we were playing together in her father's house? Now it's been nearly 16 years since I was born. I'm a wife and mother. How did we get so old? So old. I mean, it could be worse. I know that's a good age for both of those things, and that's really disappointing if you're older and haven't managed that. I have it good. It's just odd to think about it. But I'm not complaining, and oh, when you're a mother, you'll understand why, big sister. I just love her so much. She means everything to me. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. I think Jean is crying to be fed now, and mother-in-law can't help with that, so I'll leave it there. Take care, sister. She's just rubbing it in her older sister's face, who Yeah. Dear Sunhee. Well, maybe you could use a little more caution in what you send to Mom, because it's not like you don't know how annoyed she can get. Especially at me. There's a reason you're the only one she still actually talks to. I'm trying, you know, but I can only do so much. Congratulations on your daughter. I'm really excited to hear about that. Yeah, it's a shame I can't see her. She sounds wonderful. I don't really have much else to say. I just wanted to acknowledge your letter. Things haven't really been worth talking about. My mother-in-law is still a crazy tyrant, and my husband and I are still trying to have a son. Nothing new, nothing worth mentioning. I'm glad things are going much better for you. Just like all the other women around her. The cycle continues. They threw their lives away. Well, she's still not very important because she only had a daughter. Ooh. Huh. Dear Unmi, how long's it been since we last wrote each other? It feels like it's been forever. I wish you wouldn't be such a stranger. Ooh, this is like a month before the event. I have a 2-year-old son now. His name is Taehyun. And he takes after his father in a lot of ways. He's just started to learn to talk now, much earlier than Jean did. No surprise. But Jean is a real sweetheart. She's what reminded me of you. The two of them had fought, so I was scolding her. I told her that I was disappointed and that I expected better from her as an older sister. I gave her the whole filial responsibility speech. You know, the one that Mom used to always give. It's funny. I hated that so much as a kid. I promised myself I'd never get my own children that way. Now I just think to myself, well, it worked, didn't it? Anyway, she asked me what it meant to be an older sister. I had trouble with that one. Finally, I said, it means you should be a good role model. Teach your little brother what it means to be responsible by example. Show him. Thank you, Hickory, for the water. That was a good enough answer for her, but I thought about it. And it's not a good enough answer for me. Not at all. It's you that I've been thinking of. And, you know, I turned out okay. I wish I could take back what I said and tell Jian what I'm going to tell you. You don't have to be perfect. You're not a good role model, but that's fine. I love you anyway, big sister, and I always will. Even if everyone is disappointed in you, even if you're not really family anymore, as far as I'm concerned, you're still my big sister. You don't have to be perfect. I love you, period. Please write back, sister, even if you don't have good news to report. I just want to hear how you are. Love, Sunhee. There's one more that you and me never sent. I'm going to warn you now. It's really intense. Are you sure you want to read it? Yeah. Very well. There you are. It's been added. Don't say I didn't warn you, though. Okay. Okay, we have a thing. Dear Sunhee, you know what? Fine. I'll tell you the truth. The false alarm? It wasn't a false alarm. I didn't lie about the bleeding, that was true. But I really was pregnant at the time, more than I let on in my letter. As in, morning sickness, giant belly, you could see it. I was really pregnant. And bleeding. My husband brought in the doctor immediately, who asked me all sorts of questions about everything. I was fine, perfect health, no injuries, I told him. So he pulled out his instruments and started listening for my son's heartbeat. And listened. And listened. And listened. It felt like forever that I kept trying, and I couldn't understand why I couldn't find something I just knew had to be there. The obvious never occurred to me. He had to explain it. I'm sorry, the doctor said. There's no heartbeat. The fetus is dead. He couldn't do anything about it. It took a week for the actual miscarriage to happen. It was the worst week of my life. It was hellish. You've had 2 children. I'm sure you know that wonderful feeling you get when you realize you're with child. That you know that you're gonna have a baby. can feel him inside you. And imagine what he's going to look like and what he'll grow up to be. And that right now he's depending on you more than he ever will to keep him safe. You know the feeling, I'm sure. Just the day before, I had been so happy. I was finally going to have a child. After I found out, I could still feel him. Dead, but still inside me, sloshing around. The day before, I thought I was filled with beautiful life, but I was actually filled with death. I would have no son. What I was carrying was just a corpse weighing me down. I thought I'd feel better once I expelled it. But then I saw it, this awful, bloody mess that should have been a son. It was awful. So awful. After I saw it, my husband had to force me to wash myself, because all I wanted to do was crawl into my bed and die. I didn't get out of bed for a whole month after that, save for a brief hour, so I could write to you and to tell you I wasn't pregnant. Eventually, I recovered. I realized it wasn't really my fault. Eventually, we started trying again. After all, what you, Mom, and Mother-in-law have all been implying is right. I'd be a lousy wife if, after 8 years of marriage, I still hadn't had a child. So we tried, and I did eventually get pregnant. Then it happened again. That was half a year ago. You're right, I'm not perfect. I'm as broken as it gets. The one most important thing in the world for a woman to do, and I can't. You've been pregnant twice, and now you have 2 wonderful children that you love. I've been pregnant twice, and all that's happened is I've killed them both. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why. The doctors say I didn't do anything wrong, but clearly I can't bring life into this world. The only thing I can bring is death, little sister. Today, I overheard my husband talking to my mother-in-law about considering taking on a second wife to actually give him a child. He sounded really disappointed in me. I don't know what to do. Kill myself, maybe? Since killing seems to be all I can do. It'd be better for everyone. It'd be easier on my husband, and you wouldn't have to worry about me being a disappointment, at least. It's the only thing I can think of. What else could I possibly do? Unsent letter! Unsent letter! Unsent letter. Did she just kill herself? I don't know about you, but I had a really hard time reading that the first time. Can you imagine that? It's even as if I knew her. I didn't even know either existed when I was alive. I mean, sure, their mother mentioned that she'd had daughters before, in a sort of abstract way. But she never told me so much as their names, let alone, well, everything. Anyway, none of that was my original point. My point was, now do you see what I mean? When Mute talks about a happy marriage, that's what she's talking about. It's not as if I'm the only woman to have a horrible marriage. It wasn't my fault. That's what happens. That's normal. Yep. Let's save. Especially because you don't talk about things like that happen. What does she have to say? Okay. We have new stuff? Just us wives. Dear Diary, I guess it's been forever since I cared not to write anything down. I just haven't seen much point. Since my last entry- okay. Oh, okay, we have not gotten this yet. Since my last entry, I got married, moved into the palace, and lost my virginity. Apparently for a girl my age, none of these things are really all that weird. The queen finally insisted on talking to me the night after I first slept with dearest husband. I've been expecting it. My sister warned me that she would probably be jealous, and I'd just have to endure it. She outranks me, and I would simply have to kowtow to her if need be. I haven't had to yet, though. We had tea together, and she at least had started by acting friendly. I'm sure sister was right. I'll get the brunt of her anger soon enough. But today, she was friendly. How are you holding up? She asked me after we finished with tea. I shrugged. Do trust me. I know how hard it can be for a newlywed. I've been through it myself, but I was at least older. You probably miss your family, do you not? That's what would be expected from any good girl, so I nodded. It gets easier with time. I had no response. I'm sorry. Am I bothering you? You can leave if you wish. I simply thought you might like some company. I wasn't sure how to respond to that either. I just clasped my hands and shook my head. Oh, I just wanted to be sure, she said. There was a long pause that followed. Finally, she asked, how was last night? It surprised me that she was willing to bring up the subject. Figuring that was a segue into her being vindictive towards me for sleeping with her husband, I shrugged as she continued. I just know that he can be rough. Nobody ever talked about those duties with me. Then she smiled, and I felt almost like I could drop my guard. I had no idea what to expect my first time. Do believe me, I'm not jealous. That is nothing to be jealous of. But do tell me how it was. It made me think back on last night. Honestly, it was the best night I've ever had since waking up in the future. Everyone, my mother, my sister, and now my queen, warned me that it would be bad, that it would be a duty and nothing more. But I honestly did love it. I would have let him keep me up all night if he had the energy for it. Okay, I guess while I was thinking about all that, I let out a slight smile. I caught myself, and not before she noticed. Oh, did you enjoy it then? She asked, touching my arm. I jumped. Please, please be at ease. That's perfectly all right, too. So long as you know it's just for him. There is absolutely no shame in for that. There's absolutely no shame in that. There's none. I expected her to jump into something passive-aggressive from that, but she didn't. All she did was change the subject and said she was really worried about me. Maybe she isn't so bad. Huh. I wonder if anything that she had seen when she was still, like, from the future, if that, you know, made it easier for her to understand a bit. Some girls start early. Dear Diary, attending to my husband has been easier than I was afraid it would be. Yes, there's days when it requires more strength than usual to keep going. I'm still getting increasingly more sick. Nothing will change that. But it's not so bad, really. All I have to do is dote on him and try to anticipate his desires, and he's happy with me. No abuse or anything. Sure, it's not as if I like him. He's an ugly 40-year-old man who cares only about politics and never tells me anything. Love. Well, that's certainly no concern. I don't know where I ever got the impression that was something that could happen in a marriage. I thought it was something from the past, but, well, I was young before I got put in stasis. It must have been a mistake of childhood. But so long as I do as I'm told, I'm not mistreated, like I was by my sister. And sleeping with him feels good. I really hope I don't get pregnant soon. I don't want that to stop. Doing that is really the only thing that makes me actually happy these days. Well, that and J-Fuzz talking with me. She's nice. She keeps me company when I stay up to wait for his return. She fetches servants to take me to bed on those days I'm too feverish to sit for too long. And she just talks to me as if I'm a friend. I don't really understand why, but I guess she doesn't hate me after all. At least the sex is good. Enough. It's good enough. Congrats, Hyune. At least his dick works. Do let me tell you, she said one evening, while she brushed my hair. Do you really think that in this society that she's going to be getting anything else from him? Do you? I'm so sorry. It's just, there's no way that he's going, I don't know. Do let me tell you, she said one evening while she brushed my hair. I always wanted a little sister growing up. That's how I think of you. Does that make sense? That is really kind of fucked up too, considering that, you know, she's sleeping with her brother. But I guess not really anymore because he's focusing all his attention on her. I shrugged. It was nice of her, and it felt so relaxing to let her touch my hair like that. She wasn't waiting for a response anyway. By now, she knows better. She just keeps talking kindly to me. The Empress and the Emperor are siblings. Newsflash. Incest in the noble ranks. Shocking, right? So, you can see, she was kind. She was good to me, she really was. I take it you want to know more about my marriage, then. What are you interested in? I don't know. I kind of hope I can get both of these. Sure, her. Then you're in luck. She's in all these entries. Well, she was really the only thing in my life worth writing about, for the most part. There's one in there that she wrote herself about our husband, and you can see for yourself. She's a lot stronger than I ever was. So you can see for yourself why I admired her. And, I'll just read them, all right? The more she lives in my house, the more I'm confused by the mystery that is the Pale Bride. No wonder why my husband has been favoring the Kim family lately. Their daughter seems to be the perfect woman. She's not simply a pale beauty. She's always too shy to speak at all, let alone argue. Seems to hang off his every word. And, it turns out, is actually so completely humble in her education that she cannot even read. Or rather, she cannot read normal characters. I observed her writing to herself, in perhaps what may be a diary. When I asked what it was, she wouldn't say, but was quick to hide it. I could not recognize a single character on her screen, however. They seem simplified compared to regular writing. Perhaps she has invented a writing system just for herself? It's very strange. Did you ever receive those letters I sent to your house before you arrived? I asked her, curious. Seemingly she had. Did you read them? Her response was worried, as if she was scared that I would be angry to find out she hadn't. I was not, of course. I'm sorry, I had assumed. Are you able to read? That was when I found out that she wasn't. I offered to read them to her, to which she seemed quite enthusiastic. I think I am likely to leave out some parts, however. I had enough difficulty bringing myself to writing them more embarrassing parts of the family history. Bringing myself to talk about them, even if I know she would never say anything, is just far too much. Like all things with her, I cannot tell whether her enthusiasm is sincere or an effort to make me happy. This troubles me. Of course I wasn't illiterate. I could read just fine. Just other stupid Chinese-based characters. I mean, I can understand them now. Everything except for my diary entries is translated from them. It's such a dumb way of writing, though. It makes everything come out so stilted compared to proper Korean. Well, anyway, you're showing me that because you're interested in her admonitions, right? Yeah. Then here, I'll just give you the letters she sent. They give all the details, even the one she was too embarrassed to tell me about at the time. You can probably guess which part she cut out. It's pretty obvious. It's the incest thing that she never told me about at the time. Having read about it now, I don't really blame her. And, well, here, you can see what I mean for yourself. Pale Bride. Dear Diary, I've been thinking a lot about how close my death must be now. Lately, I've been getting prone to fainting spells. It probably goes right along with my diminishing appetite. If the doctor from the past was right, I've still got over a year left to live, maybe more. He said it wasn't very likely to get bad enough to kill me until I was at least 18. Although maybe all those years in stasis might have changed that. I don't know. But if he was right, and I haven't lost that track of time, I'm 16 and a half right now, so there's still a while. I've been trying to hide the signs of sickness. Even if I could explain, I know full well that nobody would believe me. So far, hiding it has been mostly working, although I had to have one of my fainting spells while my husband was on top of me. He wasn't angry at me, though. I don't think he cared. Doesn't matter if she's conscious or not. That's a lovely trait. I know all I write about these days is sex with my husband and conversations with his wife. The Kim family would be proud, I guess. But those two things are all that's really worthwhile in my life. I have other responsibilities, of course. They're just not that interesting. And that's about it. Anyway, the Queen has continued to be nice to me. She finally figured it out. We were having tea together one afternoon. She was talking about nothing in particular, and she asked me some questions that I just shrugged to. I hope you do not take this the wrong way, she then said. But there is something I would like to ask you. I nodded. I don't think I've ever heard your voice before. I nodded again. Why don't you ever speak to me? Are you just saving that for the Emperor? I didn't know how to respond. She was so close to getting it, to bring up the subject I wasn't able to. Yet that wasn't the right question. So I shook my head and hoped that her next question would be... It was. Then, Hyune, she said uncertainly. Are you mute? I felt like screaming yes at the top of my lungs. I was so happy that she had finally figured it out. I smiled and was about to nod enthusiastically, but then suddenly I stopped. What if she thought less of me if I said yes? If she knew that the reason I was so quiet and demure wasn't because of any sort of discipline? Those were the things people liked about me. Would she stop liking me if she knew? What if she told my husband? I was so terrified. I couldn't think of any correct answer. If I said no, I'm sure she would have asked to hear what my voice sounded like, so I'd be forced to disobey. And if I nodded, then she'd know I wasn't really just trying hard to be a good wife. And I'm sure she would talk to my husband about it, so he'd know too. But while I stared at her in terror, thinking of how to respond, she sighed and sipped her tea. Don't worry about it, she said. You do not have to answer. Please, do forget that I even asked. She's on mute now. What happened? You know, nobody ever noticed that until her. Nobody cared. Nobody ever thought of any of it, or cared enough about me to find out. But she did care. She actually paid attention. She was great. I don't think we actually got to that plot point yet. My concern over the Pale Bride's condition has grown. Lately, she has seemed to grow even quieter, if such a thing is possible for a mute girl. Well, perhaps saying she's mute is an assumption too far on my part. I tried asking her directly, but she seemed too scared to answer. That simply makes me more suspicious, and I should like to know why. I addressed my husband on the matter, telling him that I wished to speak to the woman of the Kim family house, to see if I could find out what is wrong. He shrugged me off, saying, "Don't. They're valuable subjects. The son is someone I have my eye on in particular. The politics of this situation are far too delicate for you to be meddling with." I actually don't know if that was included in an earlier letter. I cleared my throat. "He might be both my husband and emperor, but that would not let me stop. That would not stop me from being bold. My dear husbands, I don't care. I said flatly, oops. I am worried about the girl, and I believe that talking to her mother might shed some light on the matter. The son is of no concern to me." "I don't see why that matters. She's the perfect woman." "Why, are you jealous?" he said, rolling his eyes at me. A gesture that he's only been able to use on me and his servants ever since becoming emperor. Nobody had the patience for it when he was a child, and I don't have it now either. "Inho, dearest, do you believe that the well-being of your wife is a political matter? Or even an external matter?" I asked. He didn't. "So, would you say it's a domestic matter?" I asked. He reluctantly agreed. "Then, as a domestic matter, it is the responsibility of the woman of the house, is it not? Please tell me. You are, obviously, more well-read in the classics than I said, both of us knowing he wasn't. "Fine," he said, "but just because it is your responsibility does not mean that I can't overrule you." He left silent to follow up. "I don't have to take this from you." "You do know that my concerns are valid, though," I replied. "If you value my opinion, you will let me speak to the Kim mother." There was a pause, and then he raised his hand in annoyance. "Very well, do it. It's women's business. I don't want to part in it regardless." Then he just shook his head. "Why must all our conversations be arguments?" I smiled to him and left. He already knows the answer. I never knew about that when we were alive. Like most things, I only found out after I took over the ship's computer. It just amazes me even more. Look at her! She's a woman who actually stood up to a man and won. She wasn't clumsy like I was. She knew how to work it from her position. Isn't that so amazing? Yeah. Oh! Dear Diary, you always forget how terrible it is to cry yourself to sleep until it happens. It's just the ultimate feeling of helplessness. What's new there, right? I just miss her. Even if she scared me, I miss her so damn much. Jaehua was the only one who was sympathetic to me. Why did she have to die? Is that my fate? Anything that makes whatever short life I have left bearable must go? Fate just hates me, I've decided. I don't know what killed her. I overheard one of the servants saying that the doctor claimed it was too much worry, causing an excess of wood in the spleen, which he claimed to be common in oversensitive women. I was baffled by the absurdity at the time. I still am now. My only friend is dead, and her diagnosis is absolutely insane. What do you even say to something like that? Well, I guess it's not like I need to worry about knowing what to say. But in light of that, it doesn't surprise me that nobody ever believed I was sick. With medicine that's stupid, why would they? All it does is reinforce how hopeless everything is. I just constantly wonder, why did my father or my own doctor think that people would be smarter in the future? That medicine would be better? My servant has been helping me get through all the funeral stuff. Well, I mean, she's been guiding me through the rites. Practically doing them for me, really. I'm so weak and so stunned, I don't even know how I've been getting out of bed. I couldn't describe any of the ceremony. It's all a blur. There's been lots of black dress, I suppose. That's my only impression. And crying. Lots of crying. From me. I don't really have anything to add to that. She didn't deserve to die. Jeez. Excess of wood. What is that even supposed to mean? It might be like a humorous thing. Do we have anything else new? Me too. Okay, the marital admonitions. I never read her letters at the time. I couldn't. I know she read them to me eventually, but I was just numb to that sort of talk at that point. Now they're just hard for me to read. Okay. Well, this one. Why did you kill all those people? Actually, were there some other ones I didn't ask? I didn't ask how she's doing. Fine, I guess. I mean, I guess this is a lot better than being all alone. If you say you're sorry about being so mistrustful, I'd understand. I don't understand the question. I don't understand the question. If you say you're sorry about being so mistrustful... I'm not sorry? Yeah, I didn't think so. It sucks to be alone, but I'm sure wondering why I'm bothering... talking to you right now. Wow. Hi, Reddy! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. I'm the Evening Primrose. I'm a garden elf. I like board games, tabletop games, retro games. And right now we're playing a game from 2012 that's about Korean space drama. Future past. Welcome to the future of 322. 900 years in the future. Which represents some historical Korean period. Welcome, welcome. Men have low standards for themselves! Sorry. Oh, you like Mute? Well, congrats. I'm, Hi, Ivory, say welcome, welcome. You're playing Minecraft. I hope you're having fun with that. Sun Mute? Welcome, welcome. For everyone who just joins, if you're feeling a little tired, if you gotta go sleep, go. Take care of yourselves. Go get stretch, drink. We're gonna be here for a bit because we haven't hit. We're working on Q&A's line. Look, we match. We match. And nope. We were just about to ask her a question. A very important question. Why did you kill all those people? If you have not played this game, we're at a point where there's a whole lot of spoilers. So many spoilers. So, sit tight. The short form is... Our character, Hyune here. Not our character, she's the ship AI, question mark. Was a 13-year-old girl who had a autoimmune disease. And she's on a colony ship. And they didn't have the medicine to cure her. And her dad cryo-freezes her in the hope that, you know, in the future, they will have medication for her. Like when they land, when they do their colony stuff. And unfortunately for her, she gets unfrozen a couple hundred years into the future or something like that. And it turns out they've actually devolved on the ship a bit. So they've devolved back into like 13th century Korean drama, basically. And she knows she's going to die in a couple of years. She did not lose her mind while she was in cryosleep. She was unfrozen because her her descendants looked at her and said, "Hey, there's a daughter that we could basically sell off to the emperor for favor. We can't read all the writing on here, but look, the label says Pale Bride right there." Translation shenanigans happened in the meantime. And so she's now married to the emperor, and she's going to die in like a year. Society sucks. For her. For women. Society sucks for women. So, be prepared. Devolved into ancient Korean drama. They were advanced Koreans first. They were spacefaring Koreans. Putrefied. Maybe she had a ruptured spleen, actually. Maybe she got poisoned. But, yeah, she, at the end of it, we already know this because we heard from Mute's side, the other ship AI, that she shut off life support for everyone on the ship. Everyone died. So Mute wrote a question. Why did you kill all those people? Look, please, do you trust me? I'll try. Please understand my position at the time. My world was so small, and I just lost my only friends. And then, I'll give you my last 2 diary entries. They have the whole story. Just, please don't judge me while you read them. Please. Don't ask me how my black bile is till I've had my morning coffee. Did I get all the diary entry? I did get most except for the first one. Dear Diary, it sounds so pathetic to say. I've tried rewriting this a million times just to make it sound less pathetic for me, and I simply cannot. There were 2 things that made life worthwhile. 2 things that made this last year before I died be bearable. The first was Jaehoa's company, being the one person that was friendly to me. The second is sharing a bed with my husband. For the past few months, that's what I've been saving all my energy for that brief, precious half hour every few nights where I feel fulfilled. If only in the most literal sense. It's the most lovely feeling. And now I'll never feel it again. These 2 things making my last year of life worth living, gone forever. The past few nights, I've been trying to get the Emperor's attention in that way, pleading silently for his affections. With no luck. On the 4th, or was it the 5th day, he finally took me aside and said, painful annoyance in his voice, "Enough. Stop that. It is completely inappropriate. You're supposed to be in mourning. Show some damn chastity. Or do you have no respect for my wife and your queen at all?" he snapped. When I looked confused, he just lectured me. When I cried, he sighed, held me tightly, then left the room. I haven't spoken to him since. But later that day, my servant came to my room with good news. I was to go visit my family for a couple months while the house is in mourning for Jaehua. I couldn't argue, of course, even if I was able. So just like that, I was sent back to hell. I was dressed in the usual veil, so nobody would see my face, as I was escorted back to the Kim house in the middle of the night. Mother and father were there, briefly, to greet me, and in spite of how I felt about them, I put on my bravest smile and bowed, and nodded politely to their questions about how I was doing. Then they had to go to bed. and left, leaving me alone with sister. Young Suk was nowhere to be seen. Hi, she said. I never thought you'd end up visiting us again so soon. I shrugged. Well, let's have some tea. It's just still us around. It's just us still around, she said. I nodded. It seemed like a good enough idea. There was a pause. Well, go make it, she snapped, removing any doubt that she might treat me with any sort of friendliness. Of course I made the tea. I don't disobey her anymore. Thanks, she said. So Young Suk is out, attending to official business at the moment, but you should avoid him. He's still angry at you because father-in-law finds you more important to the family than his own son. Can you blame him? I had no idea what she was talking about. And she just continued. So you really shouldn't talk to him. Oh, I guess you can't really do that, can you? Well, you know what I mean. Yes, I know. I knew exactly what she meant. I'm surprised you're back so soon, though. Especially now that you don't have to share your husband. Does that mean you're the primary wife now? I didn't know. Does that make you queen? Oh, what great fortune you have! Father-in-law must be so proud of you. I stared at her, wishing nothing more than to be able to kill her through sheer force of rage. How could she possibly say something so awful? My only friend was dead, and here she was taunting me? What an awful thing to do. But I couldn't hate her to death, no matter how much I tried. So instead, I tried holding back angry tears to hide my weakness. I couldn't do that either. Sister poisoned the queen, didn't she? They're just working with what they've got. Just, please keep reading. Okay, we read this. Okay, diary entry. Well, so there you are then. Now you know. It's true. I did do what she said I did. We're saving. Bonk. I'm not gonna lie. I really wish you'd never met her. I wish she'd never said anything to you. I just thought it was so nice the way things were with us before. Things started out so well. I got to be cheery for the first time in my life since I was a child. Talking about actual romantic things together. Having fun with cosplay. And just, you know, having someone there to talk to. Someone who wasn't interested in shutting me up. But now, well... Please, you've read my diary. You have to know it's not... I didn't... You have to understand, right? Even if what you think I did was wrong. Look, I've never really been dishonest with you. Fine, I lied about being an AI, but I told you the truth. I could have deceived you, but didn't. Please, you still trust me, right? I never really lied to you, not seriously. You don't have to think about what I did was acceptable, but please tell me you trust me. What's we do? I guess the fucked up thing is I do trust her because I think that she's easily manipulable. Oh, you do? Really? Oh my word. I mean, of course. I'm so sorry. I should have had faith in you. I really should have. I'm really bad at this. But thank you. Thank you so much. I can't believe I ever doubted you for a second. Look, that means a lot to me. It means so much. I mean, I'm sure What I did wasn't right, I know. I'm sure you don't think it was. I just wanted you to understand, alright? For someone as good to me as you've been, I want you to at least please understand. You don't have to forgive me. Just hear me out. A valid reason. Society sucks, and everyone in it should die. They're not interested in self-improvement. It's gonna be in stasis forever. If you're not growing, you're dying. God, there's a bit in Futurama about, like, are you a sheep or are you a shark? Thank you so much. You're a really good person. Much better than me. Thank you. Then, very well. It's probably just better if I show you. There's a data block that contains all the logs that matter, but my family encrypted it because, well, it should be obvious why after you read it. You need to drop to the terminal and type decrypt block 7. Let me know once you've done that and I'll show you. I still honestly think that she is redeemable, but opinions don't have to match on that matter. Very well. These are really hard for me to read. I haven't seen mine since I wrote them, and I haven't seen my family's, well, ever. Well, I think I've found... Here, I've added some. Just please read them. If you want to know the whole story, those entries will explain. You're surprised? The Nightmarish Bride. Sorry, I'm looking back at this. Okay, so in 2019, or 319, she was normal. But by here... The Nightmarish Bride. Heo Minjung. It seems that in the year I spent visiting my parents, everything has gone to hell in my husband's family without his knowing. Clearly, I never should have left. He has an idea, but he doesn't understand just how bad things have gotten. When I left, it all seemed to be under control. The pale bride would soon be of the right age. The pale bride would be of the right age to be married to the emperor soon enough, and we would be able to use that connection to bring favor to the family. A good plan, except, it turns out, the pale bride is not even remotely close for marriage. Age has something to do with it. It's the maturity that she lacks. When she first awoke, right before I left, she seemed a little confused. But that was hardly unexpected. She had a whole new family to get accustomed to, and it seemed obvious enough that anyone born so far in the past would have some difficulty adjusting to modern life. But this was far beyond that. There is something simply wrong with that child. When I got back, the first thing Young Suk's wife did was tell me about how sorry she was for not being able to control the child. I rolled my eyes. As if a grown woman couldn't handle someone of her age. How are you going to raise my grandson like that? I asked. She was quiet and let me see the pale bride for herself. The first time I saw Young Suk try to get her to do something as simple as sort out his laundry, she wasn't just disobedient, she was openly defiant. When I stepped in to admonish her, it had absolutely no effect. All she did was argue back at me. I tried every approach I could think of, appealing to filiality, explaining how important to virtue obedience was, even trying to appeal to sentimentality. Everything. She just kept saying the same thing, that it wasn't fair to make her do it. Here's the obvious concern, and it's what I said to her. Are you going to tell your husband he's not being fair when he wants something from you? I thought that would put some sense into her, but no. She just answered yes. There's no way this unruly child could possibly be marriageable. Not like this. She'd be sent back within a day. And with good reason. What man could possibly want a nightmare like her in his life? Let's read through. Dear Diary, the good news is, health-wise, I seem to be doing much better this month. I'm sure this isn't a permanent thing. It's happened before. I can't really remember how the doctor from the past explained it anymore, but he said it was pretty normal, not something to get my hopes up about. Still, some days this month, I actually had enough energy to want to move around. Not that I could move around, of course. I can't leave the house. A good girl shouldn't, is what everyone keeps saying. But I have the energy to, at least, and that's something. The big news is that the woman who's supposed to be my adopted mother came back. I didn't really see her much before I left. I might as well have been meeting a new person. I wish I could say I had higher hopes for her. That I thought that maybe she'd be fine. That'd be a lie, though. I knew she'd be as bad as the rest the moment I saw her. And she was. Of course she was. She's even worse than sister-in-law. She gives these awful lectures. I can't even describe them. They're that horrible. She's that horrible. Dearest Mother, my mother-in-law has relieved me of any responsibility of looking after the pale bride. As a matter of pride, oh, this is from Youngsook's wife. As a matter of pride, I feel bad that a simple child is too much for me to handle, but I'm certainly glad she's not my problem anymore. Now I can put my undivided attention back to where it belongs. On to my husband and his ambitions. Tell me though, Mother, because I know we didn't always get along that well. I was never that bad, was I? Sure, we were both happy when I moved out. Well, perhaps I wasn't happy right away. I was more scared, but I'm sure you were relieved to have some space. But you would have never given up on me, right? I was never that bad, was I? Deep down, I worry. My husband seems content to take his time to have children, which is a decision I can certainly live with. But what about when we do? What if we have a daughter? Will I fail with her, too? I've been telling myself that it's not me, it's her. She's a particularly unruly child, and it's not ordinarily that bad. It's not, right? Please tell me I have nothing to worry about. Please? It's the mom. The mom poisoned the Empress. Recently, the pale bride's temperament has improved immensely. It isn't simply that she's now quiet, it's that she's actually respectful and calmer. After rescheduling, she had an interview with the Emperor, and he was actually quite charmed with her. I'm just so happy, for her own sake, that she's finally stopped resisting the marriage. It's all coming together now. A date has been set for when she'll be sent to live with him, and in the meanwhile, things at home have been peaceful again for everyone. Actually, it's better than just that. I've been spending more time with her, of her own free will. I've been giving her advice for coping with marriage, and now the girl actually listens politely. Otherwise, there is little else to write about. I wish there had been a better way to get her to behave, but in the end, it seems to be working out. I still can't imagine how awful it would be if she'd refused to ever leave the home and simply made life hell for us. Or worse, if she got sent off and tried to pull any of that on her husbands. She'd get sent back for sure. Maybe now, things will finally start to come together for the family. I must admit, for a time, I doubted the optimism that Jung-soo expressed in the 319th year. But now, it seems that he was right all along. What a relief. Of her own free will. I can't believe she actually said that. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. I can't believe she could have possibly thought that. Just unbelievable. Yep. You know, I never did like her. When I woke up, she was just this awful person who kept saying the most awful things. Never as bad as Mother, but still. I didn't read any of her letters when I was alive, of course. But you know what really surprised me? She made such an awful impression on my life. I hated her the most for so long. And she barely even mentioned me. All my suffering, it was just a minor distraction to her. Nothing more. Insignificance compared to her man. There's one more from her that you should read. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about her. There's just one thing that I keep thinking though. Just one thing. I have no idea what her name was. I was thinking like, we actually really haven't had her name because it's always been Youngsuk's wife. The New Promise. Dearest Mother, today the pale bride finally left home to live with her new husbands. As she isn't a primary wife, there was no fanfare or ceremony for her departure itself, so instead last night, we had a special big feast to commemorate. I know I should have said bad things about her before, but it's not just that I was happy to see her gone. She's been better since mother and father-in-law managed to get her to keep quiet. The thought of it still leaves me really uncomfortable. She was always just a confused child. I hate the fact that the family considers her so important and neglects my husband, and I certainly hate for her to not appreciating that status and fighting it. But the fact that she doesn't understand the world, I can feel for that. It's not like I always understand myself. Regardless, it went very well. The big feast was my idea, and she was happy to help with the cooking. Earlier, she had spent the afternoon getting ready the dress she was going to wear when she arrived, with mother-in-law, and she seemed rather anxious about it. While we cooked, I opened the wine early and poured it for her. I think she needed it. I told her the same story I told you a while ago, about how scared I was when I first moved in. It seemed as though it was a lifetime ago, and yet despite all the strangeness, I've grown so accustomed to it. You'll eventually grow to love him, I promised her, just as you promised me all those years ago. Appreciate how good you'll have it. That is such a sad sentiment. You'll grow to love him. Thank you for the water. Okay, how does she feel about this? Mother, huh? I don't even really know what to say about her, even now. This is the first time I've read what she wrote, and it's just, well, there's more. Yeah, read them for yourself. You'll grow to hate him. This is hate and Analogue, a hate story. Drastic measures. This is from the mother. The pale bride picked the worst of all possible days to throw another one of her childish fits, refusing to even get dressed for her interview. And this one was with the Emperor himself. Not even my husband was able to get her to listen. He had to personally apologize himself for not being able to bring her as scheduled, and lied about a sudden illness. You have to do something about her, I said to my husband that evening. She's completely out of control. I know, he said. That is quite clear. He looked so worried. I hugged him and tried to comfort him. Everything would fall apart if something couldn't be done. She threatened to say something stupid and dangerous to the Emperor, and we were both scared that she might. Maybe it's time to consider doing something drastic, I said to him. He nodded. I know, he said. I can only think of one idea. I do not like it. I would rather not. Even hitting her was far worse than I would have wanted. He explained his idea to me, and I agreed that it was terrible, and I didn't like it either. But it would stop her from arguing, stop her from ruining her own life. My husband was, as always, right. There was only one way. Are you just showing me that because you want to see more from her? I don't know how to respond to this one. Save. That's not why. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't know what to say. She was cruel. So cruel. Now that I've read her perspective, it doesn't change anything. Fine, she actually believed what she was saying. That doesn't make it all of it right. I hate her. I don't care if she's long dead. I don't care if I was the one who did it. I still hate her. I hate her! Okay, that's not it. That's not it. let me conjure the hate deep within my heart. I hate her! I hate her! I hate her! This is flames on the side of my head. That's not right. I hate her! 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 Oh jeez, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to work myself up like that. It's just, you don't pity her, do you? Flames on the side of my face? I don't... This is fucked up. I feel like I should say I do pity her because she is just a cog in this system. But I kind of don't at the same time. Good, me neither. That's what I had to live with, reading what she wrote. She honestly believed that. It just reminds me of how I ended up thinking. How I completely gave up and believed her attitude. She tried to wear me down. She succeeded. She doesn't deserve pity, and I didn't deserve what she did to me. It's an AI that's been programmed with human memories. I could never forgive her, ever. I'm really glad you understand. Sorry, I've come down now. It's just hard to think about even now. I really do hate her. Independent woman. This is from the mother again. If you're so worried, why don't you just explain everything to her, simply and rationally? Jung-soo asked me. My response was obvious. Oh, oops. If you're so worried, why don't you just explain everything to her, simply and rationally? Jung-soo asked me. My response was obvious. She's a woman. We're not particularly rational, he said. You know what I mean. I could hardly do it. But coming from a woman, perhaps she will understand that it's all for her own good? Maybe, I said, doubting it. But I tried anyway. She took her time arriving after I summoned her to my room. Can we speak? I asked her, trying to keep my voice calm. She glared and then snapped. Fine. I asked her to sit down, but she refused. Look, I said, trying to speak to her as an equal. I still didn't think my husband was right, but it was worth trying. Well, I've been told that you'd rather be called Hyune. Is that right? She said, yes, literally, not giving much to go off. That's a very pretty name, I said. Thanks, she said, but her voice was still unfriendly. My parents gave it to me, I said. You must miss them very much. She nodded. I don't understand, Hyune. Were you so difficult with them, too? No, she said. They were nice. They actually cared about me. They're nothing like you people. I sighed. I care about you, Hyune. You're a part of the family. You're a Kim. Your parents are our ancestors, and I know they think it's very important that we raise you right. If you want to be bad and filial daughter and treat us without any respect, well, you wouldn't be the first. Do you really think an old woman like me really cares that much about your opinion of me? I thought maybe I'd try appealing to her selfishness. Her marriage is important to the family, but clearly she doesn't care about filiality. It's you I'm worried about. Do you think any husband is going to put up with the way you are for even a second? She kept glaring at me. That's all you keep talking about. Marriage, marriage, marriage. I'm 14. I'm 14 years old. What's wrong with you? Why does everything have to be about some man? Why do I have to marry somebody that you picked? She screamed at me. I remained calm. You're going to be a royal concubine, Hyune. We're not dumping you off on just anyone. There's no better man. I don't know if you were already engaged in the past, but your parents would do the same if they could. It's what's best for you. They would want this. Okay, you guys ready for loud noises? I say she's shrieking, so I'm gonna shriek. I should, fuck. I can't actually check my sound meter to see if I'm going to, where I'm going to be peaking or not. So, yeah. Let me get ready for the next page, because this is gonna... No, they wouldn't! She shrieks. They wanted me to grow up! They wanted me to grow up! They wanted me to be an independent woman! That's what Mom and Dad thought was important! I don't want to be a concubine! I don't care about marriage! Okay, that wasn't a whole lot. I should have done that in a higher pitched voice. Whatever, it's done. Maybe I shouldn't have leaned back so far. An independent woman? They wanted you to be a whore? I asked, my patience run as thin as anyone's would be. I didn't believe for a second my husband's ancestors were the monsters she was making them to be. I was so sick of this. Get out, I snapped to her. Just get out. There was one big fight I had with her. The one that changed everything, the one I finally lost. My diary makes it sound really dramatic. I know I was young at the time, but it really was. Just read it. It's exactly how it went. Okay. They wanted what was best for her, to keep living. They just gambled wrong. Hail Barride. Diary. Everything managed to spiral out of control so quickly today. I wasn't planning on it happening this way, but here's the point where I make my stand, I guess. It sounds dramatic, but I won't just let them marry me off to some stranger. I won't let them. Just before dinner yesterday, Mother told me I had to go do an interview with some man. The Emperor, I guess, for all I care. The way she put it was, I'd get a chance to see that he's a man you could fall in love with. Or something stupid like that. As if, I said in response, and I spent the rest of the evening thinking about what I could possibly do to make it clear I wouldn't let them do this. This morning, after breakfast, sister-in-law showed up in my room. Good morning, she said. Today's a big day for you, isn't it? Mother-in-law wanted me to help you get dressed and all made up. You'll want to make a good first impression after all. I glared at her and summoned up all my courage. No, I said. What? She asked. No, I'm not going. She left and Mother herself came in. This was it, I told myself. This was the big moment. I'm not going, I said before she could say anything. I'm not going to get dressed up. I'm not going to meet him. And I'm definitely not going to get married, I shouted. For a moment, she said nothing and didn't move. Then she left too, without saying a word. I thought this would feel good, but it didn't. It just made me worry more. I couldn't have possibly won that easily, I thought. And I hadn't, of course. After a few minutes, she returned with Father. He looked incredibly angry. Min-jung says you're refusing to get ready for your interview, he said. Yeah, I stammered, not used to talking to him. I won't go and I won't get married. He walked over in just 2 strides, then glared at me for a second. I had no idea what he was going to do. Then he slapped me in the face so hard that it knocked me over. Yes, you will, he said. I'll drag you there kicking and screaming if I have to. My face was in so much pain, I forced myself to sit back up. I won't, I said, bracing myself for if he hit me again. He did. Yes, you will, he said. I couldn't keep this up. It already hurt so much, I couldn't just brave that out. Then it came to me. If you make me do the interview, I said, I'll tell the Emperor that you've been conspiring behind his back. It was all I could think of, and all I could do was cross my fingers and hope that the threat worked. It had to. He glared at me, and in that moment, I knew it worked. The two of them looked at each other, and they both left together. That was 3 hours ago. I don't know what's going to happen now, and I think my face is swollen. It still hurts, and I didn't want it to go that way. So that's me, making my stands. She didn't think about it until she was in dire straits. I'll get to that, but for now, please, just look at everything else first. Oh? What else is there? I did? What else is there? I did that. I did all that. You've read almost everything now. I know you've had faith in me, and I promise it hasn't been misplaced. There's just one more thing. I don't think you'll be surprised. You seem smart. I'm sure you've already guessed what it is. Still, go ahead, ask it. Ask me the obvious question. I can't. I literally can't ask you anything like that? Look, please, do you trust me? I'll try. Please understand my position at the time. My world was so small, I just lost my only friend. And then well, yeah, the 2 diary entries. Just please don't judge. Yeah, I did that. We did this. We did that. We did that. We have everything. I don't think I can switch to mute. Oh, you mean the mute questions. Let's see. How are you doing? I don't know what you're getting at, but that's not what I meant. The obvious one, the one you so wanted to know. The last one? Why did I kill them? Here, you want to know what can make me look at my father's face and me filled with so much hatred? You want to know I could possibly think my whole family deserved to die? If you haven't already guessed, here's my last diary entry. I can't say it myself. I can't bring myself to, even now. Please, just read it. Thank you for the water. Hi, Generic. We are finding out why she killed all those people. It's the one that we need to save for the harem ending. Dear Diary, the evening where everything went wrong, where I thought I was going to win with my adoptive parents, well, I didn't. I lost. Making my stands, I wrote just hours before it happened. Yeah, right. When I got called into the kitchen, they were both there. On one of the stove burners, there was a knife. I thought it was a little bit odd, but I didn't care. Father stared at me and said, "The fighting needs to end now." He was so sure of himself. Of course he was. He had every reason to be. But I stubbornly stood my ground. I said no. "I do not want to hurt you," he lied. "Just promise to be less argumentative, and this can end peacefully." But I just had to fight back. I just had to say no. I just had to remind him, I wasn't joking. I really will tell the Emperor that you hurt me, and that you plotted against him. "No," he said. "You won't." He motioned at Mother and said, Bring her over." She grabbed me, and I tried to dig my feet in, but it didn't work. Then Father pinned me against the wall with his whole body, and I kicked and screamed, desperately trying to get free. But it was no use. He was big, and I was small, and sick, and weak, and frail. And then he grabbed the knife from the stove, and I shrieked in horror. "No!" I screamed at him. Don't But then Mother grabbed my mouth and held it open. I tried to keep screaming, but I was powerless and terrified. When he raised the knife towards me, I thought he was going to kill me. It was worse. The next thing I knew, I could taste disgusting flesh as he stuck his fingers in my mouth and pulled. "Oh, I'm sorry," Mother said. Then briefly I could taste the steel. Then nothing but blood. All I could taste was so much blood. Nothing but blood. Finally, they both let go of me, and I collapsed onto the floor. "Why?" I wanted to say, but couldn't. I blacked out from the pain after that. But just before I did, I could swear I heard Father say, "You will not ever argue with any man again." He was right, of course. Yeah, so I think that they did not mention the tongue cut out until that part, but I already knew because, spoilers. That's why. That's why I gave up. That's why I wanted to kill them so much. That's... Sorry, it's really hard to talk about. It's just... I'll try. I'm sorry. I told you it makes sense, right? That there was a good reason? Please tell me you don't think I've let you down. You haven't. I haven't? You don't... You mean you understand then? Yes? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That really means so much to me. I'm so glad. I don't know what I'd do if you didn't think. Oh, thank you. Bonk. 76. Thank you so much. I was terrified. So terrified I think you might not. I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, can we just talk a little more instead? There's, something really important I need to, tell you. Oh, what is it? Right, I have really strong feelings about... It's not like I've been pouring my heart out to you because I really think you're a good person, and I consider you to be a really good listener and a great... Jeez. I'm in love with you. I finally said it! This is so embarrassing. I know, it's, I'm being really silly, right? I mean, jeez. I'm sure that you know what, I'm sure I know what you're thinking, right? You think that's ridiculous. It actually absolutely is ridiculous because I've literally been doing nothing but, honey, you're an AI and you're falling in love with something that's equivalent to an AI right now. It's ridiculous, yes. I know. But I can't help it. I really do feel that way about you. I'm in love. Whenever I talk to you, it's just, you understand me. You've heard my whole life story. You've heard about bad things I've done, and you don't hate me. That just feels so wonderful. I guess it is a little silly given how short it's been, but you know me now better than anyone's known me in my life. I just think we wouldn't have gotten this far if there wasn't something special between us. I know, it's a lot to spring on someone just like that. And I don't even know if you're a man or the sort of woman who wouldn't have a problem with that and still unmarried. But if you are, do you think we might have a chance together? Even just a chance? Yeah, it is kind of fucked up, isn't it, Azure? I don't even get the choice of a middle option. She is just one snip away from turning off my life support. How hot is that? Yeah, sure. That is truly the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life. She's in love with the idea of me. Oh, that's so dangerous. Thank you so much. Do not follow with someone's possibilities. I've been sort of thinking about this for a while. It's a little bit embarrassing, I know, but well, we don't have to rush to get married or anything. I mean, you know how scary it was the last time I was a wife. I just really like to, just be with you as an equal. Does that sound right to you? Yeah, sure. Wonderful! Oh, I really do. I really do love you. It's funny, isn't it? I know almost nothing about you. I have no idea what you look like. I have no idea how you talk. I have no idea what's supposed to be the most important thing about a person, if you're a man or a woman. I have no idea how old you are. Although I suppose you must be much younger. Or maybe older, depending on how you look at it. Nor do I have any idea where you're from, or even your name. But I know that you take me seriously, that you understand me, that you don't treat me as something less just for being a woman. I know that talking to you makes me feel better than I've ever felt in my life. And that's good enough for me. That's far better than I've ever had. Thank you for the water. Your RuneScape girlfriend? Oh, never had a digital only boyfriends. So very well. I'll decompile myself now. That way you can just drop to the terminal and type download to copy everything into your ship, including myself. It should only take a few days to do a complete transfer. I'll see you soon, alright? So this is how my sister-in-law felt on her wedding night. Nervous? Will he, won't he? Will she, won't she? Okay. Copy? Fuck no. Download? Yes. We got the wife. The reason was because the module for text inputs was not there. We get handholds! We get handholds. One more ending. There's 2 more endings, but we're only going to focus on one, really. Total completion rate is 98%. Ooh. More playful arm gesture. Dark red or dark blue. French maid. That is not a French maid cosplay. Black blue. So they did a lot of color pathways, huh? I can see the legs looking too short. 114 for Hyune and 94 for Mute. And then her final design. Oh! I see. Legit buyers will get to see the color version of this. I have a legit copy of this game, damn it. I love this. It was block 7. What we need is this. We got this one already. The hands. I didn't see the hands. The hands? More modern to properly talk to. Maybe they have AI bodies now? Hey, look, I'm sorry. But I'm not really sure I get why you're showing me this. As far as I can tell, it's not really relevant to anything. If you could just explain it in words, it'd be fine, but... Well, sorry, I don't really have anything to go off of. Maybe you could try showing me something similar and I see if I can make the connection? Otherwise, I'm afraid I got nothing. Okay. I guess so? I don't know what's left to show her. I guess I actually have to go back a bit more. I don't know if I can decrypt blocks I didn't get. The thing is, you're supposed to, ending number 4, okay. I showed it to her, but she doesn't know what to do. But she's still in here. Okay. Let's check the power control. Power control list. I just want to make sure this is the one that has both of them on the same line. Okay, it is. Okay. Let's access the log documents and see. That might still only be the only thing I can grab, though. How are you doing? Is there a... No? No. Or rather just hear from me. No. How do you feel about me? No. I guess I have to jump to the last question. I have to do the question. Okay, I see. Well, I guess there's not really much of a chance asking her. Yeah. I'll kill them all. Okay, we saw this? I do. Yeah. I see the angry blinking. What? What the fuck did I just read? This is this needs to be tighter. This needs to be tighter. We need to put this block right over here, right underneath. This is a great reaction image. What the fuck did I just read? No way. I don't... Is this for real? Is this really something that actually happened to her? Yes. Wow. So she wasn't quiet because she was just being a good woman. Then I guess she wouldn't be able to ask anyone for help. I thought... Well, that still doesn't justify mass murder. But still, wow, this is all kinds of messed up. That's just horrible. I take it back then. I take it all back. She might be a murderess, but... Okay, you've convinced me to feel pity for her at least. Okay then. Well, I guess I should probably talk to her now. Maybe I misjudged her. I don't know. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Okay, well, I'll be back in a short bit then. So, okay, we've talked for the first time. I can't just forgive her, but yeah, I do pity her. I'll give her a second chance. I mean, I figure I'm here to protect the well-being of the people on the ship. Even if she's the reason why, well, you know, she is still the only one left. I'm going to go get her, okay? Hello there. You told me that you were the one who convinced her to just listen to me. Granted, I don't understand how what you did to show her that was possible. Did you cheat the system somehow? Well, no matter how, thank you. Right, okay. So go ahead and ask her, Hyunrae. Right, okay. So go ahead and ask her, Hyunrae. Oh, what? No, you should say it. It's embarrassing. What do we talk about with arguing? Sorry. Very well, it's... She always kept her mouth closed? This is hard to say. Well, it's... we'd really like... It'd be for the best if... Please, let us be her... I'm flubbing it. I'm dropping it. I'm dropping the ball on my wives. Please, let us be your wives. What? That was not what we agreed on asking. But you said it'd be improper if I wasn't. Ugh, wow. Yeah, but you don't have to say it like that. She's a woman that doesn't... No! Ah, geez, sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound like... Okay, look. Here's the thing. It's not ideal for Hyunrae to stay on the ship forever. I don't want to be your wife, okay? Man, Hyunrae, you're making me sound ridiculous here. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Fine, whatever. Okay, right. I was saying before, it'd be really good if you took her with you. And, well, I could come along to make sure she's safe. Don't take any of this the wrong way. It's just out of a sense of duty and absolutely nothing more. Look, just ignore what she said. I don't want to be a part of some harem, okay? I just think it's for the best to fulfill my duties here. Salvage the situation. Really? I don't really see why... Well... You know, it wouldn't be so bad to share if it was someone like that person. She's so smitten. It's... Oh, no, honey. Don't settle for that. But you're an A high, so it's not like you're a real person, so you can't count. Oh. Ha! Shut up! Don't let her scare you off just because she's in love, okay? It'd just be a strictly charitable arrangement. Don't make it romantic, Hyunrae. Jeez, I'm not in love. It's just, I really... Shut up! And knock off the whole tsundere act, okay? You're not fooling anyone. Okay, look. You can drop to the console to take the ship's records with download, but please take us with you when you do, okay? It doesn't have to be a permanent arrangement. Just transport to civilization will be fine. But if you want it to be permanent? Silence is a virtue, Hyunrae. Stop it. We're saying that to the person who had their tongue cut out. Okay, well, that's all. I'm going to deactivate us both now. See you soon. My overexcited AI wives. Yes. Thank you for the water. Cat ears, huh? And little demon horns. Okay, it's the same thing. Thanks on being in the game. Thank you. Yeah, we got 98% completion rate. Huh. All the little angry pigs. And the box art. Grids from the in-game graphics. So that's what it's okay. I see what they went for here. Her childhood and her adulthood. Well, if you can even consider that adulthood. Too much of a JRPG. And then logo concepts, huh? So you were talking about the arms, or the hands. Let me see about the hands. The expression? No. Final one. What about the hands? Ah, she was barely a teen. Well, in the end, she was like 17. Which is like well into being a teen. Way better. Thank you for... I kind of forgot about the superb owl. I forgot about the bird fight. Old men versus birds, right? Is that what's going on? Thank you, thank you. We got almost all the endings. I'm okay without getting the just friends ending, I think. We don't need to be completionists. And it's already past midnight. I was planning on doing something else after stream, but eyes are more important. I'll just eat some spam. Okay. For a second I had a fear the game just crashed. You guys can you still hear it, I wonder? No, you can't. That sucks. Okay. Sequel? I don't know what I'm gonna play next. I haven't decided. Sequel can load your save file? Hate Plus, is it? I think there was a bit about like what happens. Like, there is a game that has a bit of a note about what happened on this ship. I would like to know what happens. What caused it. If my theories are correct. Okay. The sound's gonna probably disappear. Oh, it's not disappearing. Surprising. Let's see. Hey, plus. Okay, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. I can't guarantee that's what I'm going to be playing next week. I did take another dip through VN database to see what I could play. I have not found a super suitable replacement yet for this time slot for February. There is something I could just fall back on that I have not played since it released. But it's kind of, I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want to do that. Okay. Ah, it's so late. It's so late. Who can we go to? Oh, first of all. Don't feel like getting scared. Scared for the month? What do you mean? Is Hate Plus a scary thing? Is it scary? My schedule for this upcoming week. Let's see. This is the same schedule as last week. So I'm gonna, it's just like in general, time slots and everything. Same. Monday, tomorrow, Princess Tutu. We're watching 9 through 13. 9 p.m. in Discord. Let me type that. Here. And on Wednesday, we're continuing Super Metroid. I am facing Ridley. How much longer there is, I do not know. We're gonna beat Ridley. I have to practice. I think my blister is... I think my blister is gone. So maybe I might do that, like... I say maybe. I should do that in the time before Wednesday. On Friday, we're going to continue Roots Devour. And Sunday, we'll see what happens. Sunday, we'll see what happens. Katawa Shoujo Trust. Shush! You are not... Shush! Do not spoil the backup plan. Do not spoil the backup plan. Oh, I could go for the girl I never went for. Like, what is up with the favorite? Fan favorite, the burn girl. I don't know. I never made it through. She's the only one I didn't make it through. Wait, no, I've already... There's a demo for the new Sucker for Love? Really? Wait. Is there actually? Hold on. Because I know I've been following the creator, but I don't think that there was a... What do you mean the new one? No, it's coming soon! Crush Landing is coming soon. Don't scare me. I've done First Date. I've done Date to Die For. We've done Prelude. Wait, there is a demo! There is a demo! Oh my god, there's a demo for Crush Landing. Oh my god. Wait, no, the demo's not out yet. Demo's not out yet. I see that it's like, add to your wish list. Demo's not out yet. High School Romance? What? High School Romance? We did finish Sucker for Love. I got through it. It's on YouTube. It's on my other YouTube channel. My VODs channel. Right in there. Let's see what it does. I kind of don't know if I programmed it to do that. I could just manually copy paste that link. Surely there is something wrong with that. I went through a lot of it. I did get too scared at one point and I stopped, but I fixed it. I say that. That's not the right phrase. I powered through it. I figured out how to get over that fear in that one instance. I cannot promise that that's going to work for any other scary games. Coming this month. He's probably trying to make it for Valentine's Day. The dev. I say he. I think Chromatos. I don't actually know. They. But I know that they had troubles delivering Sucker for Love, the second chapter, on a previous deadline. So I wouldn't put too much pressure on them to deliver in February this year. But they're hard at work at it, I think. Okay. I will keep that on my radar. I'm sure I'll see it pop up on Twitter when it actually does come out. Okay, let's see. Cozy? Is it cozy? I was screaming at one point. Is that cozy? Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening despite all that. For the little horror story. Let's see. Who can we go to? On YouTube. Not YouTube, Twitch. Twitch. It is... This person, Let me listen in real quick. This is something I never played. I actually have some doll parts that belong to a character from this series. They sold I got a secondhand copy of a diddle. I think it also came with a blue bird of happiness type little plush thingy, because like that's part of her character traits. Someone is playing Witch on the Holy Night. Motaberry is playing it, and she's joined. It's two cute girls going through a visual novel. You're up for that, right? You're up for that? We'll rate them. Okay, we're gonna read Motaberry. They're about an hour into stream. I don't know how long they are into the actual game though. We'll find out, I'm sure. Okay. Thank you guys for coming out tonight for Hate. I know it's kind of weird, it's kind of dark, but those are the games like I like. Thank you for hanging in there with me. Okay. If you're going to bed, have a good night. If not, have fun with Motaberry with Witch on the Holy Night. More rating. Good night.